Good morning and welcome to the start of a brand new week here at the MODUS Super Series. Over the next 5 days, 12 more players will battle it out for the right to qualify for finals night, where they will have the right to fight for the £5,000 first prize and, of course, a place at Champions Week. Before we look ahead, though, to this morning's action, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded on the Week 8 finals night when Justin Hood scooped the prize. Berry Vampire was the standout performer in Group A of Week 8. With 2 4-3 wins on finals night, he progressed to the semi-finals. Justin Hood had some eye-catching results to qualify for Saturday night, and his impressive form continued at the business end of the week. Jacob Taylor was first through to the final thanks to some clinical finishing against Gates. And in a week dominated by debutantes, he was Happy Feet who met him there.
Can he repeat the trick?
Justin, you require 40.
Jacob thinks it's academic. It's just a matter of seconds, he thinks, before he's eliminated.
That might have been a bit of a nervy dart.
Double 10.
Game,
and
shot,
Justin Hood
and the match,
and his Happy Feet are dancing their way to Champions Week.
Hood.
And £5,000 now belongs to him.
Yeah, it really was an impressive debut display there from Justin Hood. Chris Mason alongside me. We were just discussing off-air. Berry Vampire, we expected him to replicate that level shown in Group A. Just didn't happen for him on finals night.
Yeah, the curse of Group A rears its ugly head yet again. And yeah, fair play to Justin. He was 7-1 on Saturday night to win it overall and defied the odds. And maybe someone will defy the odds this week. But yeah, Berry Vampire will be scratching his head because he was super dominant across Group A, but couldn't replicate it, and that's the danger of the Saturday night, and that's the danger maybe of just taking your eye off the ball for 2 days. Yeah,
let's have a look then at some of the numbers from Week 8. It really was Group A. The standard across that group really was sublime. Of course, we did see Harrington reel in the big fish there as well in Group C. What catches your eye when you glance over those numbers?
Well, that 110.52, but by Gates, of course, who's coming off a great win, winning the champions of champions. But the overall average 85.43, that's really high. In recent weeks we've seen it around 81, 82, but yeah, 85 right up there, 185 180s, and again that checkout rate, which always seems to be around that mark of 1 out of 3, 33%.
Yeah, we did actually see it above 40% for Monday's action, which was a record here at the Super Series. Let's have a look then at some of the players in action here this week. It really is a mouth-watering field in Group A, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and plenty of nationalities represented. Really looking forward to seeing Lukas Wenig. Been a big fan of his over the last couple of years. Surprised he didn't get a tour card, I have to admit. But yeah, so some great players in action, some new names, some old faces, and it's going to be tight.
Yeah, Lukas Wenig, of course, we've seen him with some really impressive performances on the Challenge Tour. He actually beat Simon Whitlock recently in the Pro Tour as well. Would you make him favourite to win the week out of this group?
Yeah, I think he's the one with the most success on the bigger stages, so he'll be the one that's not under pressure, but a really experienced group as well in John Henderson and Neil Duff, who have done it all up on the big stages. But Chris Gilliland, maybe an outsider. I think he's something like 14-1 with the bookies. Dan Reed, who we know can win a week. He won a week down in Southampton, and Sedlak, which is who's on debut. But I've been looking at some of the numbers over the last couple of years. He can play a bit.
And a word on Dan Reed as well. Are you pleased with the progress you've seen him make here? Because as you mentioned, you'll have seen a lot of him in Southampton as well. Sometimes his finishing can be his Achilles heel, but are you pleased with the progress he's made?
Yeah, I think sometimes he does what a lot of players do, and he tries to be too perfect, and then he loses his rhythm a little bit, and doesn't quite get to the end of his throw, and he tends to start slowly and pick up his tempo. And when he picks up his tempo, I think that's when he's at his best.
Let's have a look then at the betting odds for Group A. These are the favourites to win the group. Of course, Hendo is the 3-1 favourite to win the entire week as well. Any of those numbers catch your eye and maybe stand out for you?
Yeah, I think Gilliland, I mean, he was a little bit, I mean, that's to win Group A, of course. He's a little bit bigger than that to win the week. Yeah, he may be worth a look at. I mean, you can't ignore the favourites, and they're there for a reason. But, yeah, I think Sedlak will find it tough going early. Doesn't really have any experience at this level and under the lights, and that's going to be all new to him. But I think once he settles, I think we might see some good stuff from him. And
it could be a pivotal spell for his progression in his career as well, couldn't it? Getting used to the relentless nature of this format. How much can that help him at this stage in his career?
Well, he's guaranteed 5 days on stage. And, you know, if you sort of broke that down, and how many opportunities would he get in a year to get to qualify for a stage game? So, yeah, a huge opportunity, a serious amount of games, minimum of 25 matches on stage. That can sometimes take you a couple of years to get that kind of experience. So, yeah, he's got to take it all in. And listen, he seems level-headed. He seems comfortable enough. But like I say, it'll take him a few matches just to get used to it.
Yeah, very excited to see what he can produce in this morning's session. Let's have a look then at Aces Acker for this session. Returns over 8-1. Talk us through your tips.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, again, I like Wenig in the opening. Well, I like him all week here, to be honest. And I think minus 1.5, I think that's too big a price, especially with the inexperience with Sedlak. Duff against Wenig again. I think the value is there at evens. We're not quite sure about how much darts that Neil has played coming into this. And then Sedlak versus Henderson. Henderson minus 1.5 at 11-10. Again, I just think that's more about, it represents the value.
Yeah, and just a word on Neil Duff, of course, missed out on finals night the last time he was here. What sort of character is he in terms of wanting to put that right?
Yeah, listen, he's a former world champion, and he plays with a lot of pride, loves to represent Northern Ireland, of course, and you know, he's the kind of player that maybe we'll start slow on the Monday and then really get into it as we get through the week. Again, another player that will enjoy being guaranteed a minimum of 5 days here, and hopefully we can see some of Neil's best darts.
Absolutely. Right then, let's get into the action, shall we? First up, it is Wenig up against Sedlak. Let's hand over to Glenn Durrant, who's in the commentary box, to talk you through all the action alongside this man.
Yes, thank you very much, Abby. Chris, great to be here. Week 9 of Series 3. Thoughts already beginning on Champions Night. And it's certainly a new week here in Portsmouth, and what a mouth-watering Group A we have. A very cosmopolitan group, but just a feeling it's been littered with absolute quality. A very international feel to the opening game. A very, very impressive guy in your picture, Lukas Wenig. Very, very good player. Against the Czech, we don't know a great deal about Viteslav Sedlak. I've done a little bit of my homework. Been chatting with Adam Gawless, the Pro Tour player, and he said just don't write him off. And just been looking at some of his averages. It's be interesting to see how he plays. And then if you throw in the mix the WDF champion Neil Duff, the World Cup winner and legend John Henderson, Dan Reid returning, a former winner of this in Southampton, and Chris Gilliland, a guy I'm very, very interested, but very, very interesting group here, and I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Chris Mason, and just sit back and enjoy what's going to be a fantastic week of darts.
57. Good morning, Glenn. Did you bring my trophy, or?
You have to watch Edgar TV tonight at 6 o'clock. The truth will be revealed.
140.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm really looking forward to this week. It's a real good mix and a real good balance of experience and title winners.
40.
Yeah, I like that word balance there. Like you said, it's a very cosmopolitan feel, but this guy in your picture is the real deal for me. Germany's on a real boom with darts right now, and Martin Schindler once again absolutely
60.
sensational in the Euro Tour this weekend. But this guy's got proven quality. A guy like many German players have come through the soft tip onto the steel tip.
100.
Well, both these players are seriously experienced in the electronic version of our sport.
I think the big difference with Sedlak, just going into the players area, which I love to do.
105.
Very business-like today, but his English is very, very poor. In fact, when I was chatting with him, he needed the interpreter. And I'm just wondering about that interaction next door, Chris. And it's a long week with the guys. And
55.
if you sort
Lucas
of can't get
96.
involved in the... Just sort of reminds me a little bit of Sebastian Białowski when he was here. But it's Lucas at 76. He won't panic, and setting it up is just all he needs to do right now. With Sedlak back in the 200s.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to enjoy my banter if I was in there playing, which would be a bit unfortunate for me. Lucky for him, not to listen to my nonsense.
47. Lucas, you require
Yeah, I'm
40.
a big fan of Lucas, and the one thing he will
Game
benefit
shot on
from
the
is
first
the fact
leg.
that
Lukas Wenig.
he is super fit, and that may pay dividends.
Second leg, it's
With
Viteslav to
this
throw
being
first.
more of
Game
a
on.
marathon than a sprint, Glenn.
Yes, I'm sat next to me co-commentator full of muscles. I'm looking at Lukas Wenig, and I'm also looking at my bacon sandwich and thinking, should
59.
By the way, a bacon sandwich is no longer there. It was nice though, thanks. Have to nip back down to that famous
140.
high street bakery and get another.
Great start for Wenig, and I think just so early on a Monday morning, if you can just get them 2 points on the board, just make a statement.
100.
It's just more of a settler, isn't it?
It is, and I was just thinking more the personalities next door as well. You know, it's a good quality group A. Sometimes you can sort of write the story before it even starts in the group A. But
125.
I've got a case of 5 out of the 6 this week.
Yeah, and normally you'd hear them and they're all laughing and joking, and some groups are totally different, where this one's quite sedate.
60.
I think there's a lot of respect for the group and some of the individuals in there, and it sounds like it's going to be all business.
Totally and utterly agree. So if you read my
100.
notes, then I am fascinated. We are right next door to the players area, and it's been hilarious at times. The week with Tony O'Shea and the legends were here, it was absolutely rocking and bouncing next door.
58. Lucas, you require 136.
That was just Gary Robson.
A lovely start from Wenig, and after 12 darts,
87.
I was about to say he's going to leave a 1-dart double, but that's sloppy, that last dart. That's just the tiniest of mistake, but already started an average over well over 100.
100. Lucas, you require 49.
So what should have been 1 dart a double? He's got 2 now at his favoured double 16. He doesn't move across the hockey. He just sees
Game
enough at the
shot on
top
the
of that
second
bed there.
leg.
Just sort
Lukas
of floats
Wenig.
over that second dart. And a wonderful start from Wenig. Just a little bit slow for Sedlak, exactly what he
Third
didn't
leg,
want.
it's
But
Lucas to throw
I
first.
thought Chris
Game
nailed it on the balcony there, where he said, "I take just a couple of matches for Sedlak to really get used to the situation and get used to the experience. So maybe Group A
100.
may be a bit of a warmer for him for the rest of the week."
Well, Glenn, we've seen players with way more experience than Sedlak get on that stage and take a good few
99.
games just to settle. It's a new environment. It's like when they introduce new tournaments. You'd have had that in your career, and you just like to just take it all in and get used to
57.
everything, the format here and where the practice room is, the timings of everything. And again, like you say, with that language barrier, it makes it even more daunting.
Yeah, when you say that, I always think of Martin Adams,
100.
because my first year in 2011 travelling on the BDO, I watched everything. What time did he get to the venue? What time does he practice? Who does he practice? How does he practice? How did he get there? And I used Martin Adams as my benchmark for
100.
what I was going to do next year. But
Well, Martin was always so laid back, wasn't he? It's almost like he knew what was happening because he'd been there and done it, I suppose.
great board management here from Sedlak.
126.
Which is unusual for those with a soft hit background.
I tell you what else is unusual. Just the way as he's about to release the dart there, the point of his dart is aiming to
100.
the floor, and many players will do the exact opposite to that. They'll try to give the trajectory of the dart to get that height at the beginning. As he pulls that dart back, Wenig, very surprisingly to me, not many
60.
players where the
Lucas,
point's
you
actually at the
require
bottom, so it's
140.
almost like an awful lot of wrist.
A knife thrower's throw, isn't it?
It's definitely different.
100. Vito, you require 116.
There's a lot of skin on the dart, isn't there?
Many players now using the 19s on the 116. You only need the one treble 19 at this point.
I'm not a fan because of the potential.
59. Lucas, you require
blocker.
44.
This is a highly, highly impressive start from this guy in your picture. And if this double goes in, it's a big, big lead.
12. Vito, you require
Deflected
57.
the wrong way. So this is his first opportunity at a double, and it will be. Ooh, well, maybe I'm a bit premature. Tops. Just.
Game
Well, that will
shot
make
the
him
third
feel
leg.
a
Vito
whole
Sedlak.
lot better, and more importantly for him, it's an 18 dart break back.
Fourth leg, it's Vito to throw first.
And the
Game on.
nerves will be beginning to set. Not that I don't think he particularly looks nervous. Does he? Does he to you, Glenn?
No, he doesn't, but what a settler there is. What a catalyst. You want a spark.
180.
Could the mistake of Wenig missing 2 darts at double 16 be that spark for Sedlak and straight away? But this guy is a counter puncher. He won't be panicking just yet.
100.
He'll be really happy with this. I'd be frustrated with them missed darts at the double 16. The guy in your picture, we're looking at the stats. Me and Chris have just been sort of just doing a little bit of preparation. He can play darts.
Yep.
140.
He's had plenty of good wins, and he's had some deep runs in some big tournaments.
I did speak with Adam Gawless about him, but wasn't the greatest advice
86.
I was getting. What a character that lad is. But has played pairs in the Czech Open. Been very successful playing with Adam Gawless.
85.
Karel Sedlacek, the other Czech player. He said he's played against him, but nothing major. Is once again Wenig. A lot of these Germans and Dutch players, they sort of use that bullseye from the 300s.
100.
Board management
Vito,
is
you
key,
require
very,
96.
very early. But what a leg of darts this is from Sedlak.
Possibility of an 11 darter at 12 now. Well, he'll settle for leaving tops
56.
after 12, especially with Wenig way back on 2-on-5.
And what I like there, Chris, is the fact he didn't panic on this double-double.
No.
He realised that Wenig is on 2-1-5. So he's thinking.
99.
And again,
Vito, you
it's
require
an
40.
example of good board management.
But it's only good management if you can execute the double. Well, that's a great marker.
20.
That's
Lucas, you
disappointing. They were
require
well thrown darts.
116.
But the story of darts is when you're never in a leg of darts and you get one chance. Once again, he's gone the same route.
56. Vito, you
I
require
think if you're
20.
going to go that way, you've got to be a bit more aggressive.
Game shot on the fourth
That was
leg.
aggressive.
Vito Sedlak.
And that's a 16 dart hold, and from being 2-0 down, we've got a game on our hands.
Fifth leg, it's Lucas to throw
Wenig still
first.
with that
Game on.
insurance policy of having the throw in legs 5 and 7 if needed. That will have woken Lucas up a little bit,
100.
that's for sure.
I've tried to sort of keep in touch with the WDF Tour and other things, but, you know, when I looked at Sedlak, I was like, where have we got this guy
99.
from? And then you do a little bit of preparation and you look at he's banged 90 averages in, whether it's Challenge Tour, whether it's on the WDF Tour and Q School. He's just beginning to show signs
57.
now that he's right in this game.
Yeah, I felt like Colombo this morning trying to find a bit of information on Vitas. He
81.
had a run in the World Masters, didn't he?
A tough competition as well, all the way down to the last 16.
Only
Who's that?
beaten by
Was it Nick Kenny?
Nick Kenny,
Nick
yeah.
Kenny.
100.
I do like Wenig. He doesn't look like he's someone who's going to panic. He probably thinks it's a bit of a banker, this one. Similar to what Chris said there, where maybe got Sedlak at the right time.
41.
Bit starry-eyed. It's a totally different scenario. No crowd out there, as you can see. It's just you and that fantastic stage and board setup. You're just doing your drills, you're doing your things,
54.
and maybe it's just a little bit too much for Sedlak. But
Well,
absolutely not.
I mean, it is the perfect environment once you're experienced at this level, because you don't notice the cameras, you don't worry about our
100.
referee Charlie Coulstefine, all the monitors or the lights. You just it's just a game for the experienced players.
We always refer to Robert Owen at that point, who says that stage
140.
is the closest to a Euro tour, you know, without the crowds. He said it's a fantastic place to play great darts. It's really conducive to excellent averages and great match play.
45.
But on a Monday morning,
Lucas
at 9:30, it can be a
50.
bit nippy in there. You're looking for your first couple of points as Wenig looks at 2 darts at tops.
That should be a guide.
10. Vita,
Yeah,
you
and it goes the
require
other side.
135.
It should be ball for a start here. 25 leaves 110. He plays a lot of soft tip. I was going to say, I'd be surprised if he didn't at least hit a 25.
63. Lucas, you require 40.
Big moment in this match.
Even this early.
Game
and
shot
it
the
is
5th leg.
the
Lukas
tops that
Wenig.
goes in for a holder throw. And he's now just one away from picking up his first
6th
2
leg, it's
points
Vita to
of the
throw
day.
first. Game on.
Nice balance, nice throw, very traditional.
There's nothing wrong with it, is there?
No, it's just
100.
if you're looking without knowing the quality, you would say the much better, cleaner throw was the throw Sedlak. But this guy's mental strength is very
100.
impressive. I don't think you'll see an awful lot of personality coming out of Wenig.
German efficiency.
$100.
There's Super League with the Rodriguez, Rauby and Rusty brothers for his German Super League. Like I said, does love his soft tip.
83.
Was very generous in information to me.
It's a second.
180.
Just will not go away.
This is what I like.
123. Vita, you require
I
121.
do like a good
Apart from
counter
a bacon roll.
Someone once said to me, if someone hits you with a left, hit them back with a right. But it's Sedlak who's got the chance at a bull, but with Wenig on 195,
83.
you could question that, but maybe they just, you know, when that bull goes in, something happens to your inside, and also to tell your opponent there that you're feeling very confident. So I've got no...
57. Vita, you require 38.
What does he do? Straight for it?
Now he's got a split. And does sensibly.
6. Lucas, you require
All barring. I'm
138.
not sure I like that response because you've... Oh, hello. 54. We could stay there for double 9. Yeah, you've put yourself in that situation by going for the ball.
98.
And then...
Vita, you require 32.
I don't like seeing players give too much away too early.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Ultimately,
Vita Sedlak.
gets the leg done. And our opening match of the day is going to a decider. And he's wrapped
So
up
then
for this
final leg,
game.
it's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't seem overawed by the situation whatsoever.
60.
He looks totally focused. I'm just looking at the MDA badge there. Our good friend Matt Ward. Part of his stable.
Where does he find them?
60.
For me, one of his most recent signings that I've been impressed with, and we saw him here before we actually went on to get a tour card. Dylan Slavin. My goodness. What a player that young man is.
180.
What a player. Lukas Wenig is just darts. Sometimes it is all about timing. Sedlak was really beginning to get back in this game. I've got to
96.
say, I did have my concerns it was going to be a long week for Sedlak. That's been banished now. I think he's put himself right in the mix, and I think the players in there. Now we have got 6 fabulous players here this week, so just sit
100.
back and enjoy it with us. Get in touch with us. Does a 180 on Twitter. Who do you think will win it this week? Your thoughts on the day. But right now, the only thoughts Wenig has.
134. Lucas
this
should require
161.
161.
Yeah, 2-0 down. I feared the worst for Sedlak. He was averaging in the 60s. Looked in a whole heap of trouble, but he has responded very well, and I agree. He's going to He's going to cause players a few problems this week.
93.
If you wonder why Wenig went still in the treble 20 bed, purely the fact he's playing the percentages. With Sedlak back on 2-1-1, but he's putting some damage in here.
114.
That was unlucky because that was
Lukas
right in the middle of that
68.
treble 19. 68 was looking inviting. What a dart that is. He's got 2 darts at double 4. But his first 2 points of the day.
No score.
Not only does he miss it, he busts
Vito, you're
the score.
recording 97.
Sedlak is right back in this match with a 2-darter.
Make a double-double. No, it went for 54 for 24.
57. Lukas, you're
Huge
recording
pressure on the 68.
Stay straight, Lukas. 20 is a must. The treble is the bonus. He's going to get 1 dart or a double. No, he's not. The 8 and the 16 target is huge. That
36.
is not acceptable, Lukas Wenig.
Yeah, that's
Vito,
an
you're
absolute
recording
disaster.
40.
Such a big target. Just aim for the wire that separates the 8 and the 16. Either side gives you a dart double for the match. As it is, he's allowed Sedlak 3 at tops. Only needs the 2.
Vito Sedlak.
And Sedlak defies the odds and his experience here at the Super Series by winning on debut against one of the favourites to win it this week. There, the average is 81 for Vitas and Lukas Wenig, 86.46. Well, an upset to start the day. Will that trend continue? Well, there's going to be no upset in our next match because the bookies can't split them. They're 5-6 each of 2. Chris Gilliland takes on Dan Reed.
Chris Gilliland and Dan Reed are up next this morning. We, of course, saw Gilliland at Q School in January, and I think it's fair to say his performances were very much up and down over the course of the week in Milton Keynes. He certainly showed in spells what he's capable of. Will he be able to here against Dan Reed, who put in some really good performances the last time we saw him here at the Super Series, but narrowly missed out on qualifying from Group B for finals night? To see how these two players start their Week 9 campaign then, let's hand back to Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Abby. Fascinating first game. We've just been waxing lyrical, sort of just off air about that game and just the impressive Wenig coming out quickly. But Sedlak, we didn't know a great deal about him. We certainly do now. But really been interesting this game. This guy in your picture is my little outside bet for the week. I think he can, on his day, he can beat anyone. He can hold his own against any sort of player. But horses for courses sometimes. And Dan Reid, who's actual winner in 1 week at Southampton in the MODUS Super Series, so he knows how to do. He knows how to last the week. And will that be a good bet? So I'm looking forward to this one. Who's going to lay the marker down? Who do you fancy for this one, Chris?
Flip a coin. I mean, both are vastly experienced.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
In
Game
this
on.
Format.
I think the fact I've tipped Gilliland means
That's the end of him,
yeah,
then, isn't it?
I think that means Dan Reid wins 4-0.
His arm will fall off. But yeah, two
100.
solid players that really enjoy this system and the format.
$135.
Gilliland uses these flights absolutely, but makes his dark one very, very flat.
Yeah, they're quite a thick flight, aren't they? Quite a heavy flight, and it just
100.
flattens them out, doesn't it? Just draws the back of the dart down.
Look at the eyes on Reid, is what I say to people. Eyes on the prize.
140.
Doesn't take his eye off the prize.
Great week in store. I fancied Barry Van Peel last week. Just goes to show you.
55.
You come out of Group A, you're flying.
Played
win it
lovely, didn't
comfortably.
he?
He did. But that's Saturday night. When the crowd's here as well, as so many levellers. And Justin Hood was the deserved winner.
59.
Out the 6 players on Saturday night, it was their 5th favourite out of the 6. I thought that would be good odds for Happy Feet, and it was no surprise to me that the England
7-1 shot. My pal Marcus Natman sent me a message. Said, I
100.
fancy Justin.
Dan,
He's
you
playing
require
well.
167.
He's going to have to dodge a few bullets en route to win it at 7-1, and in the end, he did
97. Chris, you require 146.
He's taken his place in Champions Week.
Well, Dan Reid has come out the traps and already has put this pressure on this 146.
86.
That's a good
Dan, you
setup there
require
from Gilliland.
70.
And this is the kind of finishes this week. These 2-3 dart combinations. He'll stay there.
Often
One dart
ignored in
hit.
practice routines, aren't they?
30.
Not if you
Chris,
come to
you
see me.
require 60.
Straightest darts, Chris. How are you feeling right now? Good marker for the way his darts. That's why he just hasn't had to move across the hockey. And the handprint on that second dart,
Dan, you
I
require
think
40.
he thought that dart was in. But Dan Reid for tops and a breaker throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
Makes the
Dan
required
Reid.
adjustment. Under 17 dart. Breaker throw after 2 missed at tops.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Gilliland.
Game on.
Gives Dan Reid, Dan the man, the advantage. Yeah, often I always used to play the 1-2-1 to 170 routine, just because it often left you in those situations of those relative, well, what would be simple 2-dart combinations, but those are the ones that cost you matches.
I never played that on my own.
180.
As Gilliland hits the 180. His first of no doubt many this week. Been a great start to this Monday morning already. This is just warming up very, very nicely.
45.
But yeah, the 1-2-1 game I always found fantastic practicing with others, but I just hammered 41 to 79, 64, 56, and that's 70 finish. So when you come to it in a match,
100.
you feel like you've practiced that all week. 'Cause I knew I couldn't hit the 180s with Smith, Price, Van Gogh, etc. So I had to maximise my qualities, and they were just being really deadly at the end.
44.
And I just always felt if I practice more than anybody in the world on 2-dart finishes, and it'll do me, some good. And that was always my philosophy.
Well, you did all right, mate, didn't you? On a couple of...
Well, I'm working with you now, Chris, so things can't be that bad.
How worlds can collapse. You end up with me in a little box.
43. Chris, you require 116.
Great response here from Gilliland. And that's a perfect marker for treble 19. The 1 dart at tops.
76.
I mean, you were just greedy, really, weren't you, having 3, and then remember when you weren't going to win anything in the PDC? Remember that?
Timing. I just think I was in the video just at the right time.
Christian required 40.
Fascinating, which we'll come to in the next leg as Gilliland looks at tops. Just want to get that first one, and I like that marker. It'll come on to himself.
30.
And that's all about just the fact he wants to get underway, get them first doubles.
6 darts at a double, though. Not found one of them. Could very well be, or should be, 1 all, but
85.
really should
Christian
be 2-0 up.
required
He had
10.
the first poke in the first leg, 2 darts at tops. This is not a nice double. Now that's going to be awkward with the flat lie.
Game
Yeah,
shot on the
of course it is,
second
Chris.
leg. Chris Gilliland.
It was a 17 dart break in leg 1, and it's a 17 dart break in leg 2.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $45. 100.
Steady start from Reed. I don't think you're going to get any headlines, any histrionics from this guy. He's just a very, very solid player, but he knows how to win these weeks. And sometimes you just have to go back on your experiences.
99.
Big difference from Southampton days to Portsmouth just for the commentary team. I used to go back to you. I used to sit at home
60.
watching you, Chris. Every leg of dart, it would come back to you while you were eating your pie.
It was fruit, actually. I don't know how the pie story, how that ever came about, but I suppose it's more interesting
100.
than fruit, isn't it?
First dart was just the perfect move. He was just begging for a 140.
80.
Oof. The Robin Hood.
$60.
Dan Reed, very active on the Challenge Tour this year.
60.
I first met Chris Gilliland at Lakeside in 2018. He was very, very excited to be there. It's the year I played Mark McGeaney in the final.
45.
The game I tried to forget. The game I nearly tried to blow.
Mark McGeaney wants to forget about it as well.
41. Christian required 152.
He lost to Justin Thompson that day, did Chris? He looks at 152. Be disappointed. That's why the Rise Smilers there, because it's all about setup play. We've used that word timing already.
84.
And that
Daniel
is
required
worth
160.
word in goal, that treble 20 leaves that 68 finish we talk about. And Dan Reed for the champagne shot of 160.
100.
Sets it up nicely,
Christian
which puts a
requires
lot of pressure.
68.
So like I said, just stay straight on the first dart and the treble is the bonus. Give yourself 1 dart and a double, and that dart once again is tops.
Game shot on
And
the
what
third
a
leg.
dart
Chris
that is.
Gilliland.
Just as Dan Reed was putting the pressure on, sat right behind him there. Hasn't been a game that's
Fourth leg,
oozed
it's down to
quality.
throw first.
Scoring's been
Game on.
absolutely fine. But the doubles have been just a little dodgy. And then when you get the 1 dart like that, it's 9 times out of 10 you usually ping it.
125.
Yeah, and it makes you forget about the ones that you've missed. Played in a few Players'
60.
Championships last year as a reserve, and wins over Scott Mitchell did Dan Reed.
100.
Lost to James Wade 6-4. And a win over Scott Marsh 6-5.
140.
Yeah, the last information I had on Gilliland was actually Q School, so I don't know what he's done since January to March, how his form's been. He was very generous in some information that he gave me,
60.
which I'll try and touch on during the week. Just under 100 behind, but that will feel good. That's a lovely side view there. So very simple. There's the pullback.
140.
Sort of gives it a lot of height on the first part of the throw there. Once again, Dan, look at the angle of his dart, of his hand, just as he's about to throw it.
42. Christian
exact
required
opposite of Wenig.
161.
161. And it's with 6 darts he has in his hand for this. This is a big pivotal moment of this match.
Okay, he's
48.
been very quiet, Chris. I'm not sure what his plans are outside of the Super Series right now. Certainly
81.
too
Christian
good a player
required
not to be
113.
actively chasing ranking points somewhere. 57 leaves 56. I've seen a few of those already today, haven't we?
73. Daniel required
big numbers
93.
missed.
My pet hurt, hence the reason I bit my tongue there. Very aggressive with this 93. I like the bullseye first dart, but
I don't mind it in a
39.
long sets and legs match, you know.
Christian required
But
40.
when you're playing a race to 4 legs, which is a real sprint, I think you've got to give yourself every opportunity to win every leg.
you know, with 3 darts in the hand, hitting a double's not come easy to these 2 players.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
that
leg.
sneaks in the
Chris
bottom corner.
Gilliland.
You just see the reaction there, just a little blow from the chest, just to say, I've got away with that one. And sometimes you feel
Fifth leg, it's
maybe
Chris
it's
to
my
throw
day.
first.
When it
Game
just
on.
goes in, that was as close to double one as you want to be. And to hear the dulcet tone of Charlie saying game shot, he'd be relieved with. And I love that camera angle. Just the way you can see the angle of the dart going into the board and what the
60.
players see. Because his handprint there, he thought every single dart he threw there, he threw them well.
I love seeing the flight of the dart through the air as well, because it gives you an
180.
indication of not only the balance of the setup, but the cleanness of the release.
I mean, the averages aren't suggesting it, but it's been a good match play game.
85.
And so many, especially to the younger players now, it's averages this, averages that. If both of these players had hit their doubles, the averages would have been stratospheric. It's just the fact that
85.
the score, I think both players will think, well, my scoring game's good. And I think both of them will go back on the practice board and start practicing a few more doubles.
59.
Once again, he's all round the treble 20, so he'd be frustrated with the score there, but the positive side of him, he's actually probably feeling he's playing well. And then you look up and see your opponent
180.
smash his second 180 this leg alone.
Yeah, I think Gilliland, who had darts in leg 1, of course, off the back of 60, missed 2 on the wire of tops.
125. Daniel
Could
required
well have won this one
56.
full zip, but he finds himself getting potentially
shot on the fifth
embroiled,
leg.
as Dan
Dan
Reed
Reed.
shows. That's why we rate him so highly. That's an 11 dart break of throw.
Sixth leg, it's
Boring,
down to throw
boring, does it?
first. Game on.
Was not as impressed with the 180s with that 56 finish is what I absolutely love. Pop, pop, as we say in the Northeast. And ADC qualifier yesterday, Chris. And
121.
Yes,
winner went through
relative of yours.
yeah, my nephew who's been here before, but he's a much, much better player now. He's just getting that experience now. I remember watching him with nerves in Southampton when he opened up against Robert Thornton and he won the
41.
game. But I just think it just come a little bit too early for him, the MODUS Super Series. But now he's arguably the top dog in the Northeast right now.
Yeah,
and,
well into the 90s,
60.
wasn't it, the final yesterday?
and he'll look at that maybe just a bit too much. I've told him just win games, and all of a sudden the averages will look after themselves.
140.
But he's getting better and better. Just clean living, super fit, and hard working family man, and absolutely chuffed to pieces for him. My dream is to go and watch him at Lakeside. And I think he's
60.
the type of personality where if he can get a chance to get to a qualifier there, he could do some damage. And
Is he planning on playing any WDF tournaments this year?
I don't know what his plans. He works offshore,
100.
Oh,
so that's the big thing for him. His diary. You know, most of the time he said he's moving more than John Henderson on the hockey. in the middle of the North Sea.
100.
Speaking of John Henderson, what a game we've got coming up. John Henderson versus Neil Duff. What an opening match. What a Group A this is.
135. Daniel
Frustration there, the
required 160.
Final treble 20 with the left tops, of course. About getting as low as you can go from 160, and he finds a ton, so it pressures the 85 for the match. Double five, that's a bonus.
Game,
Double
shots,
five he gets.
and the
Well, he
match.
struggled with his
Chris
doubles
Gilliland.
throughout the entirety of the match, but doesn't struggle to win it, finding double five, pinning it, the 85 out, and a 4-2 win. Averages very, very similar. 82-82 Reed, 82-99 Gilliland. 3 180s in the match. Checkout percentages. Well, as Glenn said, if Doda's been maybe just a 20-odd% better, the average would have been well into the 90s. Up next, we see Neil Duff taking on Big John Henderson.
Wins so far this morning for Sedlak and Gilliland, completing our first round of games. Then WDF World Champion Neil Duff takes on World Cup winner John Henderson, who is a weekly winner here on debut. Of course, he's the Group A favourite this time around too. Can he show why in this opening game of the session? As for Neil Duff, he was here just a few weeks ago, finished 4th in Group C on that occasion, but he is well versed in making it through 2 finals nights. Can he make another this time around? Well, he comes here off the back of winning Open Series Event 2, of course, where he got the better of Leonard Gates en route to the title. To guide you through this one then, let's hand back to Glenn and Chris.
Thank you so much, Abby. And a bold statement it may be, but this potentially could be the final come Saturday night. That's how good these 2 players are in your picture. And the final 2 players we're going to see in a fascinating group here. I'm here till Wednesday myself, and I think I've picked the cherry on the cake with this group here, because we're going to have twists and turns But what you're going to see in this match is absolute brutal quality.
Yeah, and already a winner this year on the Challenge Tour. Big John Henderson, and a winner on the Seniors Tour up in Blackpool. There's Neil Duff. Didn't get the golden ticket. That went to Leonard Gates, who had a golden weekend, Glenn.
On the Golden Mile. Sorry, Chris Murphy. Yeah, John Henderson doing the associate member qualities, going around Europe still just to get to the Euro 2s with Andy Bolton. So
First leg, it's
sometimes when you lose your tour card, Chris, you think
game on.
Your world is over, but the opportunities here with the MODUS Super Series, the ADC, WDF, local opens, and Challenge Tour and the associate member. It's a very, very busy year for John Henderson still. And sometimes in life, you have to take a step back to move 2 steps forward, and I think that's what John Henderson will be thinking. And potentially world seniors for Henderson if he so desires.
Yeah, got a mountain of opportunities now. The players who are 50 and above.
96.
This for these two is a great opportunity to sharpen the tools and build confidence.
81.
And of course, they're in a nice lump of dough.
Absolutely. And speaking of confidence, Jan van Veen is watching him. He's missed his flight, Chris. So he's decided to tune into the MODUS Super Series. Another
50.
winner at the weekend in a brilliant development tour. Not about me, but I am doing a little bit of coaching now, and I had 11 development tour players who were playing this week who's been to see me, and absolutely brilliant watching. I think I was more nervous than when I actually played.
Standard was absolutely mind-blowing at times. That Bradley Brooks 120 plus average.
140. Neil, you require 155.
Or 11, 13, 15, 11 or something. I know it was 50 darts for 4 legs.
Bradley Brooks, I hope he doesn't mind me saying,
John, you require
down and out at Christmas.
155.
And now watch him play, and that's what confidence can do to people. You just work hard. Speaking of John Henderson, he's going to set this up nicely.
97. Neil, you
Duff
require
is on a 2-darter,
100.
but it's all about the first dart. Options.
Jan van Veen picked up a title over
60.
the weekend, as
John,
did
you require 58.
Littler picking up a couple.
Game shot on the
Will
first
Henderson
leg. John
picking
Henderson.
up a Super Series this week. A good start. 17 dart hold.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw
Obviously,
first.
congratulations
Game on.
as well to Getawin Price, who picked up another Euro Tour at the weekend in incredible style.
60.
Premier League returns this week.
Fatigue.
Would you obviously didn't play in that
93.
how it is now with it. Did you prefer it the way it was, or do you like the way it is? Which would you have preferred to play in?
I do like the competition, but I think, do you know what? I thought Van Gerwen got the nail on the head this time. He's just said you look forward to Michael Van Gerwen Price twice or 4 times over the 16 weeks, and the public are seeing it every week now, and I think he got it about right.
140.
Yeah, I agree.
I went to Newcastle last week purely, Chris, for the Chris Dobie, I was to say Chris Mason, the Chris Dobie walk on. It was absolutely
42.
I had tears in my eyes. I mean, he rips me to shreds most days, does Chris Dobie, in a WhatsApp group I'm in, but I was so proud of it. But I left after an hour.
60.
I'm not a great. I just wanted to see the walk on there. But
It was. I watched it on TV. It was amazing.
Whatever they decide, PDC will get it right.
140.
I like the fact that they're brave enough to, and that's the thing. They're quick enough to try new things, but also quick enough to say, right, that didn't work. We'll do something else, and well, that's why they're so successful.
Speaking of successful, John Henderson, I stuck my head in.
32.
So just 10 seconds of your time, John. I said, was it fatigue that let you down last time while you were at the MODUS Super Series on the back of Q School, back to Challenge Tour?
140.
He said, Glenn, on the Monday morning, I was exhausted. It was a bad decision to come. But he said, I'm raring to go this week.
55. Neil, you require 64.
For a level game. Should be all about the 16s. Now is the option to leave tops.
44. John, you require 121.
Neil Duff will be well rested. He's just had a week in the sun, chilling out with family and friends.
97.
I'm not
Neil, you
too
require
envious.
20.
Bit of a stinker is double five.
You've just
Game
got back
shot on
from
the second
Tenerife, haven't you?
low.
I was just thinking I'm off to Cyprus in June, and I said I'm going to lose 4 stone. And with 5 weeks to
Third
go,
leg, it's John to
I've
throw
only
first.
got 4
Game on.
stone 4 to go.
$140.
Always looks really smart, does Neil Duff. I like his shirt tucked in. I think his shirt, he looks fit. Like I said, that little
60.
bit of sun end. I remember Martin Adams used to always go to, just before Lakeside, he would have a week in the sun. I know when I played Mark Dudbridge at the seniors, I was catching up on his social
24.
media, and he decided he was going to practice over in Benidorm.
Yeah, well, there's a quite a famous darts bar over there, isn't there, that a lot of the players do use. Is it Sue's Darts Bar or something?
41.
They all seem to congregate there to have a bit of a practice.
Yes, last time I was in the Reef, Tenerife, I got a message off John Lowe. He was over there. Come and join me.
140.
How much, I said. Not a chance. Not a chance.
41.
Yeah, Steve Beaton always used to go over to the Reef pre-Worlds, didn't he?
Interesting you say Steve Beaton. I always say John Henderson, Steve Beaton and Johnny Clayton.
59.
I have never heard a bad word said against them 3 players.
No, if someone doesn't like them, that says more about them than than those 3. 3 of the nicest guys.
99. John, you
ever want to
require
meet.
138.
The Della.
Not that he mentions it.
Even on his shirt now, isn't it?
Even on his book.
I had a good chat with him at the seniors.
122.
My wife said, God, what a lovely guy. We'll talk about cruises. He loves doing them. He loves working, doing them. And yeah, he was great to sit down and chat with.
46.
Never
John, you
forgives me for
require
not signing for him.
16.
As he looks at double 8 Henderson.
Game shot on the third leg. John Henderson.
Just a solid start here from John Henderson, just doing what he has to do. A very professional job, timing, all
Fourth
on
leg,
his
it's
throw
Neil
for
to
Neil
throw
Duff.
first. Game on.
He'd be a little bit disappointed, but it's on throw right now. And that first start will be a big one because he has to break John Henderson to win this
100.
match. So that'll be the strategy now. Hold my own and break next.
59.
Do tell players who come the importance of standing still. Let the arm do the work. And then I always refer to John Henderson. You've got to
60.
be very good to be moving on the hockey like he does. You must have a special talent.
Well, it's timing, isn't it? It's like a pendulum.
Yeah, people say, what happened to you,
68.
Glenn, and that time and rhythm? You know, if you've got a golf swing, a bit like the yips and something like that, and that's just all in there. You know, people talk about muscle memory and things. Everything is
60.
in your head. And we use Bradley Brooks there. Down and out of Christmas. 120 average 13 weeks later. Confidence, timing, rhythm. Just preparation, being with the right people.
66.
Talent's only 50% for darts. I would say the most talented dart player out there is still Adrian Lewis. But then it's the ethic of work ethic, bottle, just preparation.
140.
Look what Gary Anderson for me is the when you talk about natural talents, but even, you know, I always say
100.
hard work beats
Neil, you
talent when
require
talent doesn't work hard.
141.
And look at the results from Gary putting in the work. Some of the numbers he's been punching in is just...
I think he's topping every stat, Chris.
Yeah.
41.
Duff leaves that 100 again, as in leg 1, so it gives Henderson a chance here. But you would think 2 trebles required. Minimum 1.
They
That's
go
what
to
he's
the
thinking.
18s.
100.
Crashes
Neil, you
one in.
require 100.
And this time, the first dart is perfect.
Game shot on the
And I
fourth
can't even
leg.
begin to tell you
Neil
how that
Duff.
feels. You can just see the extra bounce in his stride there when you do a 2-dart combination. So his strategy was
Fifth
to
leg,
hold
it's
his
John
own
to throw first.
and
Game
then
on.
break John Henderson. So that's what he'll be doing. He'll be feeling good. And all you want to hear now is a treble-less visit.
Yeah, you want to hear 45 or 60 or
100.
59. or ideally 26, but it was a ton. Doubling from both has been very
58.
tidy. Henderson, 2 from 2. Neil Duff, 2 from 4.
100.
My conclusion after seeing every player play so far, this is going to be a very tight group. I don't think anyone is going to run away with it like Berry Ventilla did last week.
No.
I think this could go down to the
100.
penultimate game on Wednesday, even the final game. And just hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Like I said, I'd love to hear your feedback. That does a 180 at MSS Darts.
140.
Any thoughts, any questions? We're happy to discuss anything this week. Got some bad news for you though, Chris.
Go on, pal.
100. John, you
leaving
require
Wednesday, and
161.
Matt Edgar's going to be sat here for the rest of the week. Not bad news for Henderson after that, and that's very sensible. That's experience kicking in there. The 161's
99.
fantastic to do.
Would you have opted for the ball on the third dart?
No, I'm proper. I'm old school. I'm the Steve Davis of snooker in a sense. It was
60.
all about
John, you require
percentages.
Boring.
62.
Yeah, loved it. That was my favourite nickname. As John does use that treble 18 on 62.
I'm seeing that
Game
more
shot
and more on the
fifth leg.
62, and
John
when you think about it,
Henderson.
Glenn, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because if you hit the single 18, the adjustment to the 4 for tops is right next door, and if you pull one,
Sixth leg, it's
you've
Neil
got,
to
you've got
throw
the
first.
418
Game
combination
on.
for tops.
Absolutely.
All top of the board. I quite like it. I just can't hit treble 18, so I don't go that way.
Neil Duff will certainly like them
180.
opening 3 darts.
First one of the match, incredibly, and these two love a max. Doesn't John Henderson still have the
65.
180 record in an opening round at Lakeside?
Glenn starts number crunching.
60.
I just that's sitting in my head somewhere. I'm gonna have to check it.
John Henderson has been the better player throughout this match. But very similar to the Lukas Wenig opening game.
44.
Neil Duff is in total control of this to make it 3-3. And all of a sudden then the pressure, that last leg decider. And it'll be no surprise for me if Duff then comes through
57.
to take the match. That's what he'd be thinking right now. And for John Henderson on 392, you feel he needs one of those maximums that we are currently searching for.
140.
Brings him back into the leg, but still advantage Duff. That's a great second dart. That is what we call a
132.
fantastic setup. And John Henderson, all he can do is put pressure on that 72 of Duff.
Yeah, it was a match against Martin Adams.
140. Neil, you require
13
72.
180s in a 5-set match, losing, and he lost 3-2. The Wolfie.
Double 9, yes, he doesn't like that because it's a stinker of a
Game shot on
double,
the
but that
sixth leg.
is plumb
Neil Duff.
right in the middle. And as we alluded to previously, it's been all about John Henderson this game. He still has the darts in this last leg.
Seventh
How
and final leg.
critical
It's John to throw
will that
first.
be?
Game on.
Only match so far we've had in the opening 3 and the first cycle of the 5 cycles of games we're going to bring you.
125.
No breaks of throw thus far.
So Neil Duff just was behind as John Henderson hit the same spot there in that 5. Then he looked to the floor. When you hear 1, 2, 5 after that, it's like a dagger in the heart.
$100.
Solid. 140 needed.
$60.
Just when you begin to drop low, just that tiny bit of tension that you've sort of got to take into consideration in a last leg decider. That's hence the reason they're both just dropping fairly low. All of a sudden, the treble 20 will close up in every single. But what Neil Duff has just done there is what I would say exhale equals confidence. A big suck the breath in, and he'd be fuming with that one.
121.
Yeah, you see that from a lot of players. They don't. I know this is going to sound daft, but they don't breathe enough, so they don't get enough oxygen in the brain for the muscles to also
100.
operate properly.
I played against Mark Dudbridge at the seniors, and I think I breathed once. I think I held my breath for the whole of the match. Tension, anxiety, It's a horrible, horrible feeling.
90.
But when
John,
you're playing well like these two players are, they're both
116.
coming to this competition in good form. Right now, it's all about John Henderson on the 116.
Well, Duff will be back. at
60.
145.
Neil, you require 145.
And this has to go. Because the way Big John's been finishing, he's 3 out of 4 on the doubles, and all bar a
60.
disaster
John,
on the
you
single. He
require
will get
56.
2 at tops to wrap it up.
Opportunities don't happen. You have to take them. And once again, there's that missed big number.
Game,
But when you
shot,
get one
and
dart
the
at a
match.
double like John Henderson requires, that will be feeling mighty good to him. He'd be fairly disappointed with his scoring, but his finishing was absolutely sublime. 4 from 5 on the checkouts for John Henderson. A fascinating match play between two of the top hitters here this week. And it's John Henderson that nicks it 4-3. And next up, Viteslav Sedlak, who was fantastic in his opening game against Lukas Wenig, against the previous winner also, Gilliland, who is going to keep their unbeaten run. Join us after the short break.
Two players who were winners in their opening matches this morning up next in Gilliland and Sedlak. A slow start for the Czech, found himself 2-0 down with an average in the 60s, but impressively turned the game on its head to come away with the 2 points. As for Gilliland, well, let's have a look at some of his all-time stats here at the Super Series. Of course, he did hold the leg difference record of +30 for quite some time here. Also impressive to see that he's won more matches than he's lost. That finishing percentage and overall average very impressive indeed. A shade higher than the finishing stat you expect with that sample size, a real strength of his. Let's see whether he can get anywhere near that highest winning average, just shy of 110 in the next match, shall we? Charlie Corstafine, our match referee, is ready, so let's hand back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, that's an example of where the ceiling is for Gilliland, an average of nearly 110 and a running average of close to 90 over that amount of games is very solid. Might be interested. I'm not sure how much Chris would have known about Vitas, but He certainly knows plenty about him now after that. Well, it has to be said, shock win against Lukas Wenig in the opening match.
First leg, it's Vita to throw first.
Both will feel
Game on.
much more comfortable going into this one and a lot more settled. Will we see the best of both, Glenn?
Yeah, we sort of said that it might take him time to settle down, or could it be the opposite?
60.
Is he on such a high about being here? Will he peter out as we go along? But all part of the MODUS Super Series story. But one of these two players at the end of this match will be feeling good. Played 2-1-2.
36.
That's a sound foundation on a world to build. Another young Dutch lad. We've already had Jan van Veen messages. Owen Roloffs also. They must have all missed the flight. And they decided to tune into the MODUS Super Series. So give us your thoughts, boys.
Another exciting young talent emerging from that part of the world.
It makes me feel old when I see Owen, because I remember him just like the Dutch Open and Finder Masters, etc. Up to me knee.
45.
Which you'll have to ask, but what's you having pretty much a sabbatical for the year and then...
No, definitely not the year, but I thought it was the right decision not to play in the World Seniors Masters.
85.
Because, number one, I'm not ready right now, and number two, there's so much hunger in the World Seniors. It wasn't right just to steal a place, was my point of view. I would have accepted
99.
the invitation, but I just didn't feel it was right. And the thought that I'm not playing now till September for the match play is good, and my darts are picking up.
Good.
And I think that
140.
I've just taken all the pressure. I've changed my setup just a touch. Beginning to bring the dart back, and I think that's a lot to do with the fact that
Christian required 106.
I'm not worrying about being on a Pro Tour. I'm not worrying about playing on Channel 5, BT Sports, etc. for the seniors. Just going to try and get back to basics. As Gilliland looks at double 16.
74.
I think the key
Vito,
is
you require
having
100.
played here and having played in a seniors event, it's trying to play with freedom, isn't it?
Yes. Vita is really playing with
Game
freedom.
shot on the first leg.
That's a fabulous.
Vito
Only the
Sedlak.
second 100+ finish so far. Neil Duff with the opener. And there's the sportsmanship there. Chris Gilliland just holds a little fist pump.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first.
And the guy who was
Game
the
on.
total outsider for the Group A and the week has come out the traps like a greyhound.
100. $60.
If you do want to get in touch with us, you can get in touch via the socials, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter at MSS Darts.
100.
And you can contact Glenn direct on Twitter at Dozer180.
140.
I've already had Matt Ward give me some information on Sedlak. Wasn't much. For Gilliland, started playing darts when he was 17. And he joined his county team at the age of 26. And he said he's very proud to play for Northern Ireland in 2016. He's played in the Europe Cup, actually alongside Neil Duff. So that'll be an interesting game.
140.
And it was all sort of peaked when he played in that prelim at Lakeside against Justin Thompson. But in his message, we won't discuss that.
140. Vito, you require 161.
I think about some of the moments in darts which I cherish the most. I think representing my country
97.
is certainly one of
Christian
them.
requires 66.
It was my top for a long, long time. Nothing will ever beat the moment of Danny Noppert.
Still finish.
But once again, just a bit sloppy on these. So once again, it's only one dart at a double, and he really needs
Game
this.
shot on the second leg.
And
Chris
hits it
Gilliland.
with absolute aplomb. And Sedlak was just beginning to eye that finish there. And the difference in 2-0, 1-1 in a best of 7 obviously is absolutely massive. And Gilliland on his day can beat any player in this group. And he's someone who'll be quite happy that he's not getting
55.
the headlines. It'll all be about Wenig, Henderson and Duff. But I can assure you the guy in your picture there is a good outside bet for the week. Remember to gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
55.
Yeah, when you see a PB at the Super Series of nearly 110, that backs that sentiment up perfectly, Glenn.
100.
This throw of Sedlak just looks sweeter and sweeter every time I see it. Very simple, very traditional. Look how flat that is from Gilliland.
140.
Well, you would have known from playing Phil Taylor, when they have that type of throw, when you stand behind them, it looks like there's nothing in the treble 20 when they've got two of them in there.
Yeah, that's one regret.
31.
I never sort of played or saw Taylor play at his best. I was obviously in a different organisation. I know. I'm probably sat next to the one guy who...
Yeah, I was on the end of some monsters.
58.
That's a beautiful balance. And then just the arm. But the only thing, the problem with that one there was just no follow-through. He stopped halfway through, throwing with fear.
134.
The second dart was just chalk and cheese.
Yeah, a real aimer, isn't he? He's not a thrower.
And my favourite rhythm player, obviously, is Michael Smith. And you know how he
55.
just does that, but I do like an aimer. There's the aim. And replication is key.
Almost see, I bet he sights it right down
140.
just the points on show, and I wonder if he just sights it down to that point.
Yeah, that's that hand alignment. Just when you know you're going to hit a 180, there's just something when you stand there and you think, right, everything's tickety-boo.
95. Vito, you require 41.
As Graham Stoddard would say, but another two darter here. The double 16.
25. Christian required 98.
Sense the frustration there because Gilliland, not a nice finish, 98. So you'd probably look at treble 18 or double for double 12. This will hurt Sedlak.
Game shot on the third low. Chris
Absolutely
Gilliland.
stonking finish there from the Ginger Ninja. And that will feel good, but just look at the sportsmanship. So magnanimous, the pair of them there. It's a good feel factor. Like I said, it's a different type of players area today. It does feel more like business. There's not that joke and banter and, you know, I've heard music and everything all the times I've been here. I just feel it's 6 excellent players who got their eyes on that $5 grand prize at the end of the week. Are you here for Champions Week, Chris?
I am. I'm doing the next 3 weeks. Then I've got a couple of days off before flying out to Holland to cover the Dutch Darts Open for the PDC, another Euro Tour event. And then I fly back on the Monday into Bristol and drive straight here to do
97.
the remainder of Champions Week.
Busy, busy. Just love that camera angle. That's what the player can see.
140.
And he'd be absolutely delighted with what he sees there. Very impressive.
Yeah, he's looking to hit straight back. It was a breaker throw for Gilliland in the last leg.
96.
And he's stolen the darts here.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Gilliland's darts going a bit like Taylor's, it looks like to me he's like holding very much at the... It's either the flight's doing that or he's holding the bottom of the bottle.
It's a combination, isn't it? Bizarrely, with Phil, if you had a sort of a standard balance setup, they would almost land horizontal.
58.
But then when he manipulated that with the smaller flight and the weight and the balance of the dart, they would then...
Yeah.
Well, if you actually track them through the air, they're almost like a plane landing.
Yeah.
There's not that normal arc.
96.
And the weight of the dart. I think he threw like a 26 grammer, didn't he? Yeah. But Gilliland from 210. All he can do is put pressure on this 65. And I think he's just answered the fact that Sedlak will now
140.
aim for that bullseye area. And as Chris has said many times on TV, if you hit the bull, tough, because that's what you're aiming for.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Absolutely sensational.
Sedlak.
Absolutely fantastic darts from Sedlak. We didn't know an awful lot about him. When I chatted with him this morning, his English was so bad, we had to speak via an interpreter.
Fifth leg, it's Viteslav to throw
and
first.
I think I had my
Game
concerns. And then I saw the MDA badge there, and I thought, well, if Matt Ward has interest in him, there must be something about this guy, and he's been absolutely
82.
fantastic. Averaging over 90 in this match.
Yeah, averaging over 93. 10 scores of a ton or more. 40% on the doubles.
97.
Both. Finally in the balance. Winner of this Group A, which will be completed
60.
on Wednesday. Straight through to Saturday night's final. Second and third into Group B, which is Thursday and Friday evening. And 4, 5 and 6 are joined by 3 new players.
43.
For Group C, which is now Thursday and Friday afternoon. We get a bit of a lay-in. How exciting.
After 25, potential 25 legs of darts already, we've played 24. And that tells me that this group is tight, tight, tight. So to go 2 and 0 after 2 matches, that's what the aim is and the objective for these 2 players in your picture right now. And it's just a best of 3 contest right now. Yeah, Sedlak with the darts.
When I played, my sort of ambition on day 1 is try and get 6 points in the bag. Try and get 3 out of the 5 and then build on that on Tuesday and sort of make a bit of a move.
Yes, I was asked to play in the MODUS Super Series. My target was to win a leg.
125.
Get more than Peter Manley.
82.
Sorry, Pete. This is just the first little bit of concert. He should be looking at treble 17.
24.
He has left a 2-darter.
111.
Set-up play, and this will hurt this 1-1-1. Looks like he's staying upstairs. Couple of options here. So you look at treble 17, similar to Sedlak. And it's advantage
51
to the check.
So you require 58.
Yeah, to go in front for the first time since leg 1.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Again, his finishing has been stunning. 50% at the moment. That was a 17-dart
it's
hold
Chris to throw first. Game
back
on.
up the break back in leg 4. It leads 3-2. Pressure now on Gilliland. This is the way to respond to pressure.
140.
Very nearly the first max of the match.
It's a bit of a free roll when you're 3-2 down already. Sedlak maybe and probably is thinking of the last leg when you hear that 140 start. I mean, it's great. There's the side on view.
180.
Perfect timing. The production team to see that 180.
Perfect visit.
Just a little bit of front elevation there. So as you can see, his body just above his belt.
58.
Whereas climbs a little bit.
Yeah, whereas Gilliland's very upright, as you can see. There's not a lot of elevation. So the work, you know, that's so important, that follow through, which has been sublime. It's just effortless.
105.
Whereas Sedlak just sort of reaches forward, as you can see, just the subtle difference there. But that follow through there was half-hearted. Very Johnny Clayton-ish.
100. Christian requires 76.
76 is an area that darts people practice so much. Big 16. How many times have we said today? 1 dart at tops.
36.
Bends the wire, but no panic. We Sedlak with his mind already on the last leg.
Yeah, when I was in these situations, I'd use this as just a settling visit, just to
45.
Just to focus
Christian
and relax a little
40.
bit. Try and prep the brain for a deciding leg. Double 10. Still no real pressure on this.
30.
Then panic sets in when you think of that double 5. Do I go 2 double 4? Sedlak, please don't hit the treble. Well, not does he hit it.
140.
He's left a 2-darter.
Christian required 10.
There's the wry smile from Gilliland. Panic could just be setting in right now. The blood will be flowing just a little bit more. He's going to rely on double 2.
Game shot on the sixth.
But it's in the armoury.
Chris Gilliland.
He gets it. He was well ahead in that leg of darts and the smile. It's been a quality game. Played in a
Seventh final leg.
fantastic
It's
spirit.
Viteslav to throw first. Game on.
But as Sedlak stands there just thinking, just let me win in 15 darts. Make my opponent break in 12. What a start from the Czech.
140.
Just crashed in with the final dart, trying to force it. And he'll take that start all day long and twice on a Sunday.
46.
Now has a chance to really give himself a cushion and breathing space to get the leg one.
Yes, those odds for Sedlak were looking
60.
very generous at the beginning. I don't think it'll be that right now. He has been mightily impressive, and I think the MODUS Super Series team have found another Brahma.
140.
Now
In the
it's
red bit.
yeah, now it's about your attributes. Now it's about what's inside of you.
131.
And they go to all them hours of practicing for moments like this. He missed the
125.
trick
Victor
there.
required
A dart at the bullseye
170.
would have left the big fish, even if it was the outer ring.
I think he would have gone for it as well.
134.
What a second prize.
All of a sudden, he just slides into treble five there. He
90.
does leave a
Victor
two-darter.
required
If he'd
36.
have offered Sedlak 3 dart at 36 before this game, he'd just snapped your hands off. There's his marker. 1 dart, double 18.
18. Christian required
At
100.
the moment, you're trying to replicate in your practice that when it comes down, it's about you at that point because your body's shaking. And for Gilliland, it's a chance. Does he go tops?
80.
Very safe tops.
Vito require
What's the
18.
frustration on the last dart? Is he going to go straight for it? He certainly is. Big moment.
Game,
And it's
shot,
check
and the
mate
match.
for Sedlak.
Vito
A
Sedlak.
fantastic 4-3 in another fascinating match play. This group is proven as tight as we thought. 6 fantastic players. Top of the group right now is the guy that might surprise us all. Viteslav Sedlak, just shy of the 90 average. Very acceptable on the checkouts. A lovely 100 finish during that game. An absolutely sensational start for the Czech. For Gilliland, there'll be an element of disappointment there. He probably fancied himself. There was nothing in that match. A thoroughly enjoyable affair. Next up, 2 players will be desperate to get on the board now. Neil Duff versus Lukas Wenig. Back after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday evening. Next up in Group A, though, two players who lost out in last leg deciders last time out in Neil Duff and Lukas Wenig. The German, of course, was in a commanding position in his opener, but missed 7 at the outer ring and ended up on the wrong side of the result. As for Duff, involved in a fantastic tussle last time out, can he add a few more ton-plus visits to match his clinical double-in last time out? Let's find out, shall we, with Mace and Duzza.
Thank you, Abby. Surprisingly, both players on 0 points, as Abigail alluded to. They're two quality players that we have here. But it's Viteslav Sedlak who's grabbing all the headlines at the moment. Nothing might surprise you that the bookies can't separate these. Just the guy in your picture there, 8 to 11, Neil Duff. And even money for Lukas Wenig. And if anyone doesn't know Lukas, he's a top quality player. A real fantastic player who can go and do big things. Really enjoys the game. Come from that soft tip background in Germany and being aspired by Max Hopp, Gabriel Clemens, Martin Schindler. And he wants to be up there and has played on the very big stage and he's working really hard on his game. And the MODUS Super Series is a big to target for him in 2023.
Yeah, first leg, it's Neil to throw first.
The wall.
Game on.
Oh, Lukas is built like a brick. Yep, you know, on the wall. House.
Yes, the German Gerwin Price, they'll call him.
140.
But just so respectful when I chatted with him this morning. Any questions I had, he kindly answered.
His English is better than my German.
55.
Yeah.
9.
Ich liebe euch alle. That's all I remember. You are the greatest crowd. I think I used it every Euro tour I went to. So.
Buy a beer bitter, only so I don't have to go twice.
137.
I mean, we've had some tight matches, haven't we, already? So far today, we've only had one
83.
match not go all the way, and this one has all the ingredients to be another last legger.
Honestly, I think all 6 players, Chris, we can say can do really big things.
126.
Neither of these 2 players will want to be on 0 points. As Chris sort of mentioned earlier, I think the minimum that these players will want is to play 5 and win 3 today.
97.
Just lay a foundation for Tuesday, Wednesday, because, like I said, it's a marathon, not a sprint this week, but you don't want to be sat there on 2 or 3 losses because that can suck away the confidence. But Wenig on 183.
159.
What a setup that is, and puts all the pressure
100.
on Neil Duff, who's hit this already today. But this time he's going to have to go top toss, but slides into the double one. Advantage Wenig.
40. Lukas, you
24
require
after
24.
12 for the break.
Game shot
Pops
on the
it.
first leg. Lukas
13.
Wenig.
And that was all about the setup play.
Yeah, beautiful, wasn't it? And
159.
that even started back on the
Second leg, it's
309,
Lukas to throw
didn't it?
first. Game on.
With the 57 and bull attempt to leave the 170 straight into the 12, and then the 159 to leave 24.
140.
Certainly counting, not an issue for Lukas, and we see it so often with the players from the soft tip background. Leonard Gates being
140.
an immediate example of players that come from that background, and of course on the electronic board all the counting's done for you.
Yeah, the best analogy I can sort of give on that is
100.
Leonard Gates can throw 3 darts in, 5-6 seconds? But when he's on a finish, it's 12-13 seconds. So that word momentum, rhythm, It's affected.
100.
I remember we had a guy in our Super League team, he couldn't read or write. But if I said to him, what's 303 minus 137, he would tell you straight away. And I just think, you know, that finishing at the
69.
end, it's not about the fact that they're not great counters. It's just how it affects them and, you know, their rhythm and their balance, you know, when they're down to a finish.
70.
Thanks for the contact. I've had the first one, Chris. Chris Gilliland. It's Chris Gilliland. So it's got an L there, so I do apologise there. So I'll get that right next. So
60.
God knows what I've been saying about Sedlak.
Yeah.
41. Lucas should require
Get an email of
132.
telling me what the lineup is, and I sort of, and especially now as we're going, oh hello, yeah, this is a real showbiz shot, but this is awkward. Didn't have the option of the 42 for tops, but I suppose he's thinking, well, even if I hit a 25, I got the 17 for tops.
And it's great a counter he is. He's just double checking with Charlie there, the referee.
82.
Yeah, allowed to do. Back
Neil,
in
you
my day,
require
you'd say check, and they'd tell you
150.
what was scored, and check would tell you what was left.
And if you've got a check playing on the 150 finish here, double 18.
114. Lucas should require 50.
That's a bit of a wake-up call for Wenig, because I think he was already working how he's going to go for this 50. And just realising he's up against a tremendous opponent, Neil Duff. How vital would that dart at double 18 be? Because sometimes in this modus, you just need that catalyst, you just need that spark.
Game on.
And I can assure you the highest finish of the day, the 150, that double 18 would have been it.
140.
Yeah, 15 darts. I used to practice, try and win in 15, break in 12 at my best.
100.
Now it's winning 24 and breaking 27, but that's another story. But right now, Lukas Wenig after 2 legs has won in 30 darts, 13 and 17.
100.
Yeah, when I was
magic 100 average.
When I was prepping for the Worlds, which is obviously set play, and I was practicing on my own, I'd always, if I went out in 15, if I won the leg, if I didn't, I lost the leg, and used to play sets like that on my own, just to, like you say, get used to that 5 visit or under winning legs.
You know what I used to do? The PDC
60.
Worlds were an Ali Pally. I was preparing for Lakeside, and I would play Steve Beaton. You know, whatever score they would do.
Yeah, I do that myself. Get it on the TV and just keep a mental note of the score and what they've hit.
60.
I didn't last long when Taylor was playing, but
not many did, mate.
45.
just the first slack dart from Neil. I won't be too down. Like I said, that dart at double 18 might be haunting him a little bit, but he's still in this game. He's just got to
83.
hold on to this one and break next.
56.
Easy,
Well,
isn't it?
The problem of whoever loses this match is they'll be more than aware they both will have 3 matches to play, and really, you've got to win all 3.
100. Lucas should require 158.
It's on.
134.
Again,
Neil,
even
you
when he
require
misses,
56.
he's keeping the pressure on Neil Duff, who wants tops 2 in hand. It's got to go.
Game
and
shot
it
on the
does.
third leg. Neil Duff.
That was a must-win hold of throw for Neil Duff.
I think the most
Fourth leg,
impressive
it's
thing
Lucas
so
to throw
far from the
first.
6 players,
Game on.
there hasn't been a monumental amount of 180s. The highest finish so far has only been 100. But the 2 dart combinations from all 6 so far. I think 3 darts in a
100.
hand can be better. But the 2 dart combos have been absolutely outstanding. And it's that tight, this group. It could come down to, you know, the best finisher of the week.
30.
All 6 players have got a good rhythm to them. But all 6
140.
players are playing best of 7 and using every single leg virtually. Only the one game has been 4-2.
Well, we're into the 4th leg of the match. And
100.
well, the average for Lukas Wenig, as you rightly said and picked up on, after 2 legs, it was 100. Well, despite losing a leg, he's raised his average.
140.
Here's that grippy, bulbous barrel. And last time I saw Neil Duff playing, when he won the WDF, he was using the new Joe Cullen
57.
darts.
Lucas, you require
They are lovely.
121.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. They don't look like the Joe Cullen dart. As
No.
Wenig looks at treble 20. Just look at the setup play now, well ahead of this leg.
105.
It's looking good for 3-1 for Wenig.
The smallest little
121.
scallop in
Lucas,
there,
you
and
require
if that's where your
16.
thumb sits, I actually introduced that into a dart I was using when I was doing a bit
Game
of work
shot on the
with
4th leg. Lukas Wenig.
Wimmo, and all I basically did, I had a barrel, a Bristow
5th leg,
barrel
it's
that
Neil to
just
throw
started
first.
to
Game
wear,
on.
and I basically covered it in permanent marker and then practiced for 3 hours and just looked at the wear points on the barrel, and then I had
59.
the slightest scallop in there so I could replicate my finger positioning.
I think that's why many people sort of like various darts, because you want to be holding the dart exactly the
100.
same every time. It's a big thing where people will ring. I don't feel like I'm throwing the dart exactly the same each dart. So if you know you've got that go-to point on your dart, it's very, very
140.
important.
I know there was some slight tweaks in the latest version of the Joe Cullen
55.
dart, but they're certainly not the ones he won Lakeside with, because I actually tried those darts down in Southampton
98.
a while ago, and they are lovely. That was that version of Joe Cullen's dart that Neil Duff used, and they're a lovely dart.
96.
You can always throw other people's darts until it's in a real match.
I always saying part of when we're doing coaching, I've got like about 10 sets of darts to assess flight,
45.
stems, and bulbous, straight barrel, long points, short points. And it's like a piece of sugar sometimes. People will pick a set up in it to 180 and I think, I found the dart. And within a week, they're sending them back to me.
96.
It's what's between those two ears. It's not always about the tungsten. And I prove it because the last set of darts they use are a £6 set. And people throw it as well as the
Lucas
most expensive set that they use.
154.
And this is for the match. And there's that board management again,
64.
Chris.
Neil, you require
leaving
100.
A 90, which should give him at least a dart at the ball if Neil Duff can't find double 10.
90. Lucas, you require 90.
Just a little bit of composure there for Neil Duff at the end. I think he was well in his rhythm. It's double 15 and 2 darts at it for the match. There's the nod of the head, just confirming that it's in. He prepares, resets, recollaborates, and double 15.
60.
Not this time.
Neil, you require 10.
Well, not the nicest double in the world, but he likes
Game
tops,
shot on
which
the
is
5th leg.
next door.
Neil Duff.
And Neil Duff closes the gap to just 1. But this is a massive leg incoming because Wenig
6th leg, it's Lucas to throw
the
first.
darts
Game
for
on.
a 4-2 win to get himself off the mark, pick up his first 2 points of the day.
Yeah, if you said to Lucas, you've got 18 darts to win this leg. On
140.
the previous leg, he would have snapped your hands off, but it wasn't to be. Those 2 darts at double 15. You would think it could come back to haunt him, but that
100.
140 start, he'd be back in a really good place right now. And you'd just be thinking, just a 1 treble visit, that'll do. I'm not being greedy. There it is. Now this is the bonus.
81.
First time I've seen his body just
Yes.
come out of position there.
Yeah, well spotted, Chris.
100.
And that's just pressure. That's just overthinking. That is perfect. And this is begging a max.
180.
Never in doubt after that opening dart, was it?
I was going to do a Henry Deacon there. Is it in? Is it in?
You're going to do a JV
44.
there. Where's the white
Lucas,
ball
you
going?
require 100.
Yes, that's Wenig. This 100's been left a few times there. I don't think he'll go double-double. He's not to be too greedy. And I think what that dart was there was just a little
60.
bit semi-cautious. I think the
Yeah,
objective there was to leave the tops.
Yeah, it was a safe dart at the lower portion of tops.
59. Lukas should require
And a
40.
big 2 points. You want to get your week underway. And a win over Neil Duff's always
Game,
good at the best of
shot,
times.
and
And
the
that
match.
is a
Lukas
fantastic win.
Wenig.
As Chris Mason just taps his knee, and just appreciation because Lukas Wenig is a top-class player now. Look at the extra bounce in his step there. Neil Duff has just a little bit to think about right now. The last thing he wanted to do after 2 games was lose the opening 2, but Lukas Wenig, look at the statistics there. 98.40, the highest average of the day so far. Fabulous on the outer ring. A wonderful match for Lukas Wenig. He's now up and running. And speaking of up and running, next up, John Henderson. Big John Henderson against the very impressive Dan Reid. He'll be looking for his first points of the day. Back after this short break.
John Henderson back in action next, of course. Already a weekly winner here and a Challenge Tour event winner in 2023. A really solid start to proceedings this morning too, coming through in a decider to get the better of Neil Duff. He'll be looking to up his scoring in this one to complement his finishing, which was fairly flawless in his opener. He takes on Dan Reid, whose finishing percentage is actually higher than any other player to have played over 100 games here at the Super Series. Very rare that someone who's played that many games is up at that level. As you can see, when we look at his overall stats, an impressive overall average too. To see whether he can get win number 80 here at the Super Series, let's hand back to Mason Duzzer to guide you through his second match of the day.
Thank you, Abby, and fantastically put. It's as if you were reading my notes there. I just felt that John Henderson, his objective in this game is to get his scoring boots on. I'm really impressed with Dan Reid, just a very, very likeable player. And already the table's just beginning to show signs, and that's the beauty of the MODUS Super Series when you're in the comms box, when you can just see the evolution of the week. And already Sedlak is sat there on his 4 points, but John Henderson, this could be a big, big 2 points already. And for Dan Reid, similar to Neil Duff, you don't want to be stranded on 0 points after 2 games. So all to play for, Chris.
Well, the person that tops the table, the only unbeaten person, apart from John
First
Henderson,
leg, it's Dan to throw
was
first.
the outsider
Game
of
on.
them all in Viteslav Sedlak. The chance for Henderson to join him on 4 points. Or will we see Dan Reed join the
100.
group of 3 above him, all on 2 points? Well, the bookies made John Henderson the
100.
4-6 favourite, 11-10 Dan Reed, despite Dan Reed having the darts in their opening matches. Dan Reed averaged 82-82.
140.
Henderson winning 4-3 against Duff, averaged 88.19, but more impressively was the 80%
96.
on doubles for Hendo.
And anyone having a bet, when the fun stops, stop. BeGambleAware.org and gamble responsibly, 18 plus.
40.
John Henderson, you may see him go on the 18s, but I noticed earlier he didn't. And he stayed exactly there. But the 18s should really come into the... Because had he missed the 20 bet there, as it makes me look a little bit silly. But just a little bit of board management there. The 18s would have guaranteed a finish, but the 180 is just delicious. But Dan Reed's back in the treble 20 bed.
John, you require 125.
Instant opportunity for Hendo to get the breaker throw he will need to win the match and do it in leg 1, tops.
Game
you
shot
beauty.
the first leg. John
What
Henderson.
a leg, a 180, a 125 checkout, and a 12 dart breaker throw. The perfect
Second leg, it's
start
John to throw first. Game on.
from Big John.
Yeah, Abby alluded to in preparation of this game that he'd be looking to get his scoring boots on.
97.
196, 180. But the 125 just complemented that beautifully. And both have come out the traps very nice here. And Dan Reed doesn't look too shell-shocked.
60.
Would it be hurting the fact that that was a breaker throw? John Henderson just... Is he going through the gears right now? He openly admitted fatigue was the issue last time he was at the MODUS Super Series.
100.
Absolutely delighted to be back and have another opportunity for Champions Week, which is... We're just beginning to smell that now. It's not too far away.
60. 55.
Just the first little slide in the fives bed. Just gives Dan Reed an outside opportunity. But he needs a couple of trebles. There's one of them.
100.
Advantage Hendo in this one. Scoring of the highest quality. Objective was better scoring, we felt. Tick. Finishing. Tick. John Henderson on 69 is
94.
absolutely
John, you
flying.
require 69.
Stratospheric average right now, very early in this match, albeit.
Tops.
31.
Right next door, just separated by the wire that separates the doubles.
I haven't played on the MODUS Super Series. Are you thinking averages up there?
No, there's no
54. John, you require
indication during the game
38.
of where your average is. It literally is just basically an electronic scoreboard as you would see as in a chalkboard effectively, but it's electronic.
Yeah, I don't like this decision by John. I think halfway through him second dart, he's thinking,
No
why did I
score.
go this route? But
Dan,
he
you
potentially
require
was going 6, double
133.
16, but he's such a fabulous tops man. Maybe double 16's not his fave.
$83.
That
John,
leaves
you
50.
require 38.
Well, this is a must hit now for Henderson.
Game shot on the second
And must
leg.
hit it is.
John Henderson.
Straight for the double 19, aggressive. Right in the mix for a 19 down. Just a couple of sloppy doubles
Third
there.
leg, it's Dan to throw
Still
first.
averaging
Game
just
on.
shy of 100.
Yeah, mentioning that Champions Week, Glenn. Week 1, John Worsley, he's qualified. Week 2, Owen Bates. Week 3, Yella
60.
Klassen. Week 4, Scott Taylor. Week 5, Mike Warburton. Then Steve West. Week 6, and then last week, Justin Hurd. Well, just Saturday night.
Will we see John Henderson now scoring power like that?
Well, 3 legs in, 3 180s hit.
Yeah, it's going to be a great...
100.
And the stories there, you know, the people like Steve West, you know, someone who came off the Pro Tour last year, injuries. Oh, hello.
140.
Just nicking a Henry Deacon. Oh, hello there. If you're listening, Henry. It's his day off, but I bet he's still watching, you know.
He's hanging
81.
around outside. I can tell. He's lurking.
Get me a coffee, Hitch.
Yeah, I'll have a large hot chocolate.
45.
Please, Henry. Off you go. Henderson again, just in control of the leg and the
28.
and the
John, you
match.
require 136.
And Reed just can't get into it.
And maybe that's just to the credit to the man in your picture when you're being pummeled. And once again, another treble.
96.
Another fantastic setup after 12 darts. There's not an awful lot Dan Reed can do about.
And although that last leg ended up a long one, he was there or thereabouts after 12 darts in leg 2.
100. John, you
This time with
require
his
40.
favourite tops instead of double 19. Buckles the wire. Well, he's got a great big...
No score.
Oh, that's incredible.
Dan, you require
Yeah, a great big wall to aim
132.
at there.
You can't throw 3 better darts at that. And that's why I don't think he's highlighting too much disappointment there, because he didn't do an awful lot wrong. And the funny thing about darts, this one will probably leave his
94.
finger
John, you
not
require
where he wants
40.
it to go, and ping straight in the middle of tops.
Game shot on the third
Well
leg.
deserved.
John Henderson.
5 fantastic darts at tops, and he looks really good now. And the average is just not doing its justice
Fourth leg,
because
it's John to throw
he's
first.
only 3 from
Game
11
on.
on the outer ring, but this is John Henderson at his best. And he was feeling good.
He's missed 8 darts at a double and still averaging 94.
140.
Each time he's been down to a double in legs 2 and 3, the average has been in excess of a ton, and then missed doubles has brought him
100.
crashing down, and he's kicked off leg 4 with a 140.
Which name stood out for you in the Champions Week so far, Chris?
46.
I did like the look of Owen Bates, but I thought Scott Taylor was fabulous. One of my favourite throws in world darts really is Mike
85.
Warburton's. I just think it's just a thing of it's perfect.
Yeah, he messaged me quite a bit now. Silky smooth, I called it.
Yeah, he's got a stunning action.
81.
But listen, John Worsley can play. We know that. Every one of the qualifiers, Jelle Klassen, of course, and I thought Justin Hood was very impressive during the week, and
95.
well, it just happened for him Saturday night. And when your name's on the pot, it's on the pot.
I always feel like Champions Week
98.
to get someone like Martin Adams, a John Henderson, Andy Bolton, you know, them type of top players. But I think every one of them so far that have qualified is going to be a fantastic story. And Dan Reed showing the fighting qualities. His head didn't go
John
down.
Require 136.
Absolute credit to him. As Henderson, all he can do now is set it up.
92. Dan, you
Lovely last
require
start from Henderson,
41.
but Dan Reed, very impressive. 41. Tops is his go-to double.
Game shot on the
Tops, he
fourth
hits with
leg.
a
Dan
plum.
Reed.
Very, very impressive young man. And a break, a throw.
Fifth leg, it stands to
He's got
throw
to try and
first.
ask
Game on.
John a few questions. No doubt he has the answers, but you've got to put him under it. Got to make him question.
125. $140.
Dan Reed started playing when he was 13 at the Andover Academy. It's fantastic, the academies these days, Chris. I always feel I'm the last bastion of workman's clubs and
140.
Super League, County, England, you know, WDF and BDO. But these young, some of the, I've been coaching quite a few from the Blackburn Academy and Sudbury.
140.
Just so much fantastic work being done by volunteers and some outstanding young players in this country. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
it's still great that that whole
100.
ethics of the volunteers still exist. Of course, the BDO was built on volunteers, and I think ultimately when it came to it
85. Dan, you
expanding and
require
growing and going with the
136.
times, that was their downfall. But of course, it's great that the volunteers are there in these academies, but once they're in that position, they've then got the professionalism of the
96. John, you
JDC,
require
and then
136.
obviously the development tour, and they just go on.
The quality of that development tour. I really sat on Dark Connect this week.
38. Dan, you
shaking my
require
head.
40.
Dan Reid from absolute
Game
nowhere.
shot on the 5th leg.
We're already
Dan Reid.
writing the conclusion of the story as John Henderson ran 3-0 up. But from absolute nowhere, Dan Reid, to his credit,
6th leg, it's John to throw first.
now down
Game on.
3-2, and how interesting it would be if Reid was able to break Henderson again here.
Well, it was just from 3-0 down. It
44.
won 2 legs in 27 darts. Leg 4 was 1 in 14. Leg 5 in 13. That's why got himself back in it. But
70.
what a big last dart.
Lifesaver. And that dart is perfect. There's some players who have a dart where you just know
180.
FDM, first dart merchants,
Yeah.
and that was absolutely stunning.
Well, after the first dart goes in, we've nodded at the same time as if to
100.
acknowledge, well, here's a max.
Then you see the winning line at this point, and it's how you're able to run through it. When you've been a World Cup winner
134.
like John Henderson, multiple titles.
Look at the scoring phase here for John Henderson. All the fours. Grant.
Here you are.
100. John, you require 143.
He'll want a treble, of course,
59.
but it leaves him a 2-darter. And for Dan Reid, I like the 19s on this 2-3-1. Again, you can bring the bullseye to guarantee a finish, but when you're going to get the treble 20 like this boy can.
135.
Superb.
John, you require 84.
Pressures the situation for Big John. Oh, yeah, that's a perfect first start, giving him 2 at 24. Double 6.
72.
I think we both
Dan, you
fancied
require
that.
96.
This would be some story. This would be some comeback, and this is a 2-darter. So you look at treble 19 or treble 15, and he's got it. Double 12.
84.
Ends the wire.
John, you require 12.
To wrap it up, 4-2 in what's been
Game,
a high
shots, and the
quality
match. John
It
Henderson.
ends with John Henderson pinning double 6 for a 16 dart breaker throw to get it done. 4 legs to do, and he joins Sedlak on 4 points. In fact, it's Henderson that now tops the table on leg difference. 94.42 the average, 4 180s and 4 140s, and an average of 94.42 with 10 darts missed at a double. When we come back, it's going to be Sedlak up against Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson has made it 2 wins from 2. We said that he needed to up his scoring in that last match. He certainly delivered, didn't he?
He did, but I thought Dan Reid was also showed real fighting qualities as well. But John Henderson is a class act, and when he puts high scoring and good finishing together, he's going to be a very dangerous commodity.
Yeah, and he's gone to the top of the table with that victory on 4 points, but because of his superior leg difference. Lukas Wenig, what were you impressed with his performance last time out?
Well, it's just the fact that when you lose the first game, a game that he probably thought he was going to win, but, you know, a lot of credit to Sedlak, who's been absolutely outstanding today. But Wenig went back against the tough knee. You know, Neil Duff was looking for his first points, and I just thought the way he responded, I thought he was absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, Sedlak came here, a bit of an unknown quantity for us here at the Super Series. What aspects of his game were you best impressed with?
His throw. He doesn't look overawed. He looks like he's here to win. He's not an also ran, but his throw is really beautiful. Just like a little front elevation, and then it's very, very sweet, very traditional, his throw. And not a lot can go wrong. He looks like he's enjoying the experience. And yeah, 2 out of 2 so far. The rest for me is a bonus for him, and just go and enjoy your boy.
Yeah, Neil Duff looking for his first victory. What do you think he needs to improve in order to get those 2 points in our next game?
Just his all-round game. The last thing you want to do now, I think you'd be looking at, you know, winning his last 3 games, because it's just getting that sound foundation. You know, when you go back to your hotel room on day 1 and you see you're at the bottom place or second bottom, it can affect the rest of the week. So I think the next game is really, really important to him.
Yeah, of course, this is the start of week 9. Last week it was week 8. Let's have a look at some of the stats from then. Some really, really impressive numbers, especially in Group A. One of the best Group A's I've ever seen here at the Super Series. When you look at some of those numbers, what really catches your eye? Because the 180s, especially in Group A, really, really were flowing.
Yeah, the Group A's have been absolutely phenomenal last week, and I think it's even gone up another notch this week there. But, you know, one thing we've been missing so far today is some really big finishing there, and just look at the 100-plus finishers, 28 90-plus finishes in Group A as well. It was a fabulous week, and Berry Van P was superb.
Yeah, and the legs won in under 5 visits. You'd almost expect that Gerwin Price had been here with 18 of those in Group A. Our next match then, Sedlak against Neil Duff. How do you see this one going?
Well, I think Sedlak has been the absolute headline act so far, but I'm going to go for a Neil Duff victory in this game. I think he needs the 2 points, and I think Sedlak has had a fantastic day already. I just think we're finally going to see Duff make his comeback.
Right then, this man has basically just gifted the 2 points to Sedlak with that prediction. Let's see how it unfolds. Mace, back to you.
Thank you, Abby. Well, the bookies go 5 to 6 each of 2 here. It is Vitas who has the honour in this match. So Neil is going to be up against it, but I think at some point today, Neil is going to find somewhere near his top form. Maybe it starts with this match, and I'm with Glenn. I think he has to win this one. This man, Sedlak from Unikov, which is
First leg, it's
east
Vitas to
of
throw first.
Prague,
Game on.
north of Vienna. So, just looking at the map of where Unikov is, Glenn. Fairly
140.
handy place when you see all the countries around it. Budapest not too far away, as I said. Vienna not too far away. Munich.
100.
The only thing I was looking for, how far away from Prague? What a fabulous city.
Yeah, yeah, on my bucket list, that.
34.
The hottest venue I ever played in. I think there was an issue with the heating. It was the year that Jamie Hughes won the Euro Tour.
Oh yes.
Merv King nearly collapsed up there.
180.
Thought I'd put the mockers on Neil Duff, Chris, because I've got to go against the odds. I don't know what the bookies were.
Well, they
but
went 5 to 6 each of 2. So, but I agree. I think it's this moment that Neil may start to find a bit more like his best form.
60.
I'm racking my brains who Sedlak looks like. It will come to me this week.
121.
what.
Nil you require
He
161.
does have a
Absolutely.
doppelganger.
Somewhere.
I think that's German,
Oh
isn't
my
it?
God, I've just found it and it's totally bizarre. I'm not even going to say who it is because
Vito,
it's
you
so
require
random.
146.
He definitely looks like a dart player I know. Initially, when he walked through the door today, I
57.
thought it
Nil you
was somebody
require
else.
101.
This is a finish with practice. So 2 options here. He's gone for the bullseye route. And the only reason I don't like
61.
that is the
Vito,
size
you
of the
require
bullseye to treble
89.
14. That would be Sedlak. And that he'll be disappointed with because he probably thought I've got to dart at least the bull.
Well, I like that route when your opponent's on a real big finish or a
81.
non-finish.
Nil you require 40.
Because you're almost ensuring that you leave a double.
Game
with
shot on the
that
first
visit.
lay. Nil Duff.
It is
Much
a break of
better
throw.
from Duff.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we both felt getting Sedlak early could be a good thing. Could it be the opposite in a sense that his day sort of peters out
80.
after the excitement of being here? Or is he a guy with real quality? And he's here for the whole week.
60.
I'd love to know your thoughts. Get in touch with us on Twitter at MSS Darts. Been a quality group here. Just looking at the stats with Abby, the
140.
group here from last week. Mainly a lot of them coming from Bury Ventia. But some of the stats were staggering, but I just think this has gone up another notch this week. I think it's a great group.
100.
Just beginning to find his scoring boots.
140.
Averaging over 103 at the moment, Duff, in the very early stages of this match.
99. Nil you require 141.
Hasn't been overawed as Sedlak.
Nope. But Neil's got at least 6 here. Could go bull second dart.
26.
Well,
Frustrating second, sloppy last.
yeah, a shake of the head from Duff as if to say, well, where on earth does that come from? And it just opens the door slightly for Sedlak.
85. Nil
Had he
you
had a
require
two-trouble visit.
115.
Oh, I like the 19s first. I'm not so sure about that, but yeah, exhibitions, bullseye 25, I guess, is double top.
99.
But that is
Vito
a
you require
fantastic last dart and
157.
puts all the pressure. You've just got one shot at this 157. You've got to assume that Neil Duff will finish. You have to assume that Neil Duff will be leading 2-0 after this leg of
93.
darts.
Nil you require 16.
Super start. Just needs to clean up
Game
and
shot on the
does.
second leg. Nil Duff.
A break and a hold. 2-0 and comfortable as you
Third leg,
can
it's
be,
Vito to throw
because
first. Game on.
he's denied Sedlak a single dart at a double so far in the match, and he'd love to keep it that way.
Yeah, I just fancy that.
60.
Arguably, he needed it more than Sedlak here, and I just couldn't envisage Neil Duff sat there, played 3, lost 3. Not that it's over yet. This Sedlak has been
32.
super impressive today. There's that little front elevation, a very simple throw. Sometimes this follow through is just, now that was perfect. The timing of that, just the
140.
release points. I always say to someone, put a hole in my dartboard and go all the way through to my bathroom. And then just through them 2 darts, we'll just throw them with a little bit of purpose.
100.
His worst dart is just when he flicks back on the follow through, as if he's only 80% up there. That was the concern that he had, but he's now throwing these. The timing and everything is just
80.
absolutely perfect for him. Just that little bit of power he's putting on his darts, whereas Neil does a bit of a floater. His best to go right in the air until the
137.
very last second. That's why all dart players are so different. There's no perfect way to throw a dart, but right now, he'd be frustrated. That's his second in his second visit.
80.
Sharpen your darts, boy. Another mega weekend for Luke Littler, Chris. Is he
Yeah,
the
he's-
best 15-year-old player you've ever seen? I remember Michael van Gerwen doing things in Norway, Finland, Denmark. and
81.
at that
Vito
age.
you require
Yeah,
141.
he's pretty special, isn't he? If just it's not just the averages, it's the consistency in which he can replicate those numbers.
59. Neil, you require
At such a young age,
151.
it's staggering, and the maturity is something that, again, is mind-blowing.
Yeah, you say
41.
maturity. I'd like to stay away from social
82.
media a little bit. He was
Yeah.
saying a couple of things about Leonard Gates last week, and just let this darts do the talking and get someone to manage his account. But who am I to say that? I'm just a massive fan.
I absolutely agree. It's a toxic environment that it's very easy to get submerged in, and I think he's better off away from
32.
it and focus
Neil,
on the
you
darts.
require
But
110.
then I suppose you've got to remember he is a 16-year-old lad. Perfect for a start. Tops for 3-zip.
Game shot on the third
Well, we
leg.
did suggest
Neil Duff.
we may about to see the best of Neil Duff. Guess what? We called it.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
And this time, I mean, his scoring's been good. 1 max, 2 140s, and 300 plus, but his
60.
checkout percentage is fantastic. 3 from 4. And this is much, much better. And just get over the finishing line. Nice 4-0 win. Sort of banishes them concerns of the opening 2 losses, because, as Chris will, I'll leave that one to Charlie.
80.
It wasn't touching. The rule on that, if the point touches any part of the board, that's what it scores.
And if you're wondering how good our referee is,
85.
Charlie will be at the Premier League this week, officiating. So now one of the best in the world at the job he does.
134.
He
I just hope he's good at quizzes tonight.
He started his refereeing career, of course, doing the county, and then got involved with the BDO
95.
and WDF.
But the call to Southampton was his big moment, he said. He made a decision as well in relation to work. But
Now he's flying, and he did the semi-final.
60.
So grateful to the MODUS Super Series and the opportunity.
Well, but it's what I was saying to Abby. It's the amount of matches you play, and someone like
60.
Sedlak in this environment guaranteed a minimum of 25 matches this week. Like it to be
91.
less, and win Group A and get Thursday and Friday off, I'm sure.
I think he's loving it that much. I think he would rather play the 5 days.
130. Veto required 136.
So with Berry last week, I don't know how good it was for him to have 2 days off. It's what you do in them 2 days.
Well, that was a difference. Class and continued to
40.
practice hard
Neil,
with
you
Moreno
require
Blanc
71.
at the house they rented.
And this is for the match. And that dart is going to be a tops.
Game,
Absolutely
shots, and the
fundamentally
match.
sound is Neil Duff in a
Duff.
4-0 whitewash victory over the man of the moment, Viteslav Sedlak. That is the moment that Neil Duff puts his campaign to start. He needed that victory after 2 losses in his opening 2 games, but now he'd be feeling rather good about himself. And just to cement that, the fact it's a 4-0 victory, and just look at the stats on the left-hand side. No dart at a double for the very, very impressive Sedlak. Neil Duff does a demolition job for a 4-0 victory, and it's a big heavyweight class next. Chris Gilliland against big John Henderson, back after this short break.
John Henderson then looking to make it 3 wins from 3 on the opening day of Group A action. Players have asked plenty of questions of him early on, but he has had all the answers so far. We said he needed to up his scoring before Game 2. He delivered with 4 180s and 4 140 plus visits, and of course pinned our highest checker of the day so far, the 125, to complete a 12. He's up against Chris Gilliland in this one, who's looking for his 2nd win of the day. To see who picks up the points in this match then, here's Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, this is a fascinating tie, and maybe on the back of that performance you mentioned last time out for Big John. He's been installed as the 8-13 favourite, 6-5 about Chris Gilliland, who does have the darts in this one. Both players have completed 2 of their 5 allocated matches today. Chris was a 4-2 winner over Dan Reed, and lost.
First leg, it's Chris to throw
4-3
first.
to
Game on.
Vitas. John had a 4-3 win over Neil Duff and a 4-2 win over Dan Reed with that impressive 94-42 average
121.
1-2-5 checkout.
Yeah, me and Chris sort of were checking how Chris Gilliland's form is. Well, he recently won the Northern Ireland individual title.
180.
John Henderson, it's another max. He had 4 in his previous game. And he's 3rd in the county averages at the moment, is Chris, so his form's good.
96.
His best friend in darts, Neil Duff. That's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, it's never easy
140.
playing your pal up there.
I'm delighted to say Chris Gilliland, so that'll keep Barbara Allen happy.
180.
Thank you, Barbara, for correcting me. And the timing was perfect as Chris hits a maximum to follow John Hendo's. You may see him look at the bull here on treble 19.
87. Christian required 104.
These are the types of finishes which will hurt because it's on his throw. And this would be for a 12 darter, but John Henderson's on a 2 dart, but it's tops for Gilliland.
84.
Just below.
John, you
How
required
aggressive
94.
is Henderson going to be? Very.
Game shot on the
That's
first
the way
leg.
to do it.
John Henderson.
If you're going to break someone, break them in the first leg and hurt them when they're sat on a double.
Second leg, it's John to throw
Just
first.
make them think.
Game on.
Fantastic darts from John Henderson. Just beginning to show his personality. That alpha male responsibility that he has in that dart room there. I guess when he walks in, Chris, you know, people are going to know.
What? Also, that
36.
disappointing miss at tops on the 104 hurts even more when you see your opponent take out a shot like a 94, especially when they pin it with their last dart.
Yeah, just highlights again the quality for me, this group.
60.
You know, breaking in 12, winning in 15. You know, this is elite dart. This is what you want at the MODUS Super Series. And like I said, it's a very tough week. Some fantastic players coming in
100.
Group B and C this week. It was, I'm sure, when they looked at the group and thought, wow, this is going to be a tough one. Tough one to get through.
180.
And a leg and a half between these two players.
Yeah, we're coming in Thursday and Friday across groups C and B. We've got
140.
Martin Turner, Darren Johnson, Chris Wickenden, Ryan Murray, Reece Colley.
86.
I like that Reece Colley.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just got that little bit of controlled arrogance as well. Just off the development tour. I thought he'd do a little
51.
bit better this week.
Yeah, didn't have a particularly great weekend for him. Last time here, he was playing some lovely stuff.
That flat dart, so it's not the end of the world when you just go
137.
above the below the treble 20 bed for Chris. And for Hendo, we're looking at a 1-3-4 here, but not with that first dart.
Just a couple of times in this leg, the timing's gone, which
76.
is absolutely
Christian required
imperative that
38.
it's perfect with that rocking action.
Once again, they've been very aggressive on the single dart. 38. Many players
No
would go
score.
6-16.
Johnny required 98.
Will that come back to haunt him? Because if John Henderson hits the treble 20, double 12 for a 2-0 lead.
74.
Right on the wire.
Christian
And
required 38.
I feel after 2 legs, this game should be 1-1. You have to be aggressive now, Chris.
19.
Well, if you're gonna
Johnny
burn a dart,
required
do it in dart
24.
1 by being aggressive.
$12. Christian required 19.
He'll be super frustrated with that. And Gilliland probably thought after 6 missed darts at double 19, his chances were gone.
Game shot on the second
In fact,
leg.
it's on the
Chris
last dart.
Gilliland.
Huge sigh of relief for Chris Gilliland. And it's
Third
parity
leg is
here.
Chris to throw first.
At 1-1.
Game on.
21 dart break back. A very frustrating leg for John Henderson. Great
80.
opportunity to lead 2-0 and pile the pressure and the pain on Gilliland. As it is,
60.
Chris will be the one feeling the better of the two. The 180s are there, that's for sure.
Yeah, this game's been about score and the doubles have been awful.
140.
That's his first 140. He's hit more 180s than he's hit 140s.
100.
Nice steady turn from Hendo.
$58. $96.
Yeah, big thanks to AJ Morrison on Twitter. Neil's are the special edition Joe Cullens that he's changed to. So it's still the Cullen dart. I just thought there was something different to the ones he was using at the WWF.
95.
Unless AJ can confirm they are the same dart, but with just a bit of wear on them now.
You've made it when you get a special edition of your dart, don't you, eh?
100. Christian required 128.
So with Henderson being on 145, he has to go the 18s route. He can still do it, but not now.
92. Johnny required
Absolutely keen. It
145.
makes this 145 now a must. Advantage Gilliland now.
100. Christian required 36.
Just the way his darts sit flat will be interesting to see. Now this makes it just quite tough, or is there enough of that bed to see?
27.
And within you taking into
Johnny
consideration of
required
long points that he
45.
has as well. With John Henderson, the doubles in this match has been awful. Is that trend going to continue? Is he going to get a dart or a double?
Well,
That's a
and
shocker.
now I'm literally looking everywhere to see if our scoring's wrong.
41. Christian required 9.
I think it'd be typical of this game if he misses the big number first dart. Well, that's right where he wants it to be for 2 darts at double 4. This is messy.
Game shot on the
That
third leg.
will hurt
Chris
John
Gilliland.
Henderson. And the fact that it was his last dart, you can just sort of see the smile between them, but I promise you,
Fourth leg, it's John to
inside they
throw
will
first.
absolutely
Game on.
raging. And
Oh, boiling.
John, who doesn't show off a lot of emotion, Chris, is shaking his head there, saying, what on earth has just happened there?
And then does that. That sort of sums up our sport.
180.
Answers on a postcard.
He'll probably tell you he was going for a big 5 on them darts there.
95.
Yeah, it's a funny game, Chris, isn't it? You know, you're missing a big 5 and then you hit a 180. It's just, yeah, it's crazy.
100.
It is a funny old game.
How many 9 darters have you commentated on in the MODUS?
Ooh. Oh, a couple.
55.
Yeah, I'm quite lucky in that department. I've done like I say, I've chalked one, I've hit one, been on the end of one, done one on the radio, done one in
60.
the Modus.
Do you know the radio darts Christmas? Fabulous.
Yeah,
Absolutely fabulous.
So many people are just now so used to it being there.
Well, it's Christmas shopping, you know, we're usually out,
40.
you know.
Yeah.
John, you
for whatever
require
reason.
161.
From most of all is a lot of it professional drivers who are dart fans, or like you say, people who are stuck out shopping.
121.
Got the old earpods in or the headphones on.
No, it's great stuff. And John Henderson didn't go for the 161 there, and just to remind people, just the fact that Chris was so
John, you
far
require
back.
40.
He just played the percentage game, and he'll want to put this one to bed and banish
Game
any
shot on
thoughts
the
of that
fourth
third
leg.
leg.
John Henderson.
And he's right back in this match. The only frustrating point from there, it's still on throw. If he's going to win this game against Chris, Henderson does need to
Fifth
break
leg,
him.
it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
But I get fascinated, Chris, now by body and demeanours and facial mannerisms and, you know, things that I never sort of associated with a game before now. And
55.
Well, that's something that I never really sort of was. It was never something I actively thought of as a player, whether my opponents gave anything away or whether I did. But when you spend years commentating and you get to see the effect it can have, positively and negatively.
140.
When you see a player that is giving those negative vibes off, you can see
distress
players.
signs.
Yeah, and you can see a player grow on the back of it.
100.
It's like poker, isn't it? You just
Yeah, we've used that analogy many times. That he won't make a good poker player, he will. And
yeah, you don't want to give your opponent any indication of how you're feeling, because
96.
you get a sense, and as a player now, you get a sense you've got a player and you're getting them at it. You build yourself, you grow.
is this the chance for Henderson to break? Because he's
100.
taken control of this game. Unless Chris Gilliland can set up this 2-1-0. 2 trebles would be nice for Chris. There's one. And this match just swings from one to the other, just as John Henderson was taking full control. All of a sudden, this treble 17 must go, you feel. Advantage to Gilliland.
57. Christian requires 70.
Treble 10. Perfect. Tops, 2 in hand. Back down to the 10s.
50.
Big dart.
John, you
This
require
match has been
64.
all about missed doubles. It'll be typical of Henderson to ping back with a dart. This is a big moment in this match.
56.
Once again, he's not up to it, and there's the
Christian required
shoulders
20.
just visually go down. And Gilliland knows that. And when opportunity knocks, you have to take it. And he hasn't again, and there is
16.
the frustration.
John, you require
Well, he's
8.
missed 16 darts at a double in this match, Gilliland.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
John Henderson
John
eventually
Henderson.
gets there. They've missed 24 darts at a double between them.
6th leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
And Henderson is still averaging over 90.
Yeah. But the
All
scoring's
because of them
been
scoring power pack.
100.
That's the perfect dart for Chris.
180.
And I say that for many reasons. Just the bottom of the treble 20 bed is ideal from just the way his darts stack. Whereas for John, he'd be looking at the higher end of the
81.
treble 20 bed. And that's the fine margins that these guys are actually aiming for now. Now we've talked about 9 darters. When that first one goes in, I'm yet to commentate on one yet.
140.
I'll probably go all Henry Deacon.
$140.
Henderson's doing everything he needs to. Gilliland is
90.
fighting, and that bullseye there just gives him the opportunity at 91. It's not a gimme. And that
Again,
one will
he's
hurt.
got to make the choice, Glenn. Does he play percentages?
81.
Does he
Christian
go
Ryan,
aggressive?
91.
I think he can go aggressive now. John's been left on 99. I think that big one will probably be the telling moment. And even setup is not the end of the world, because 99 is a
Johnny
horrible
Ryan,
finish.
99.
But it is for the match, and that should be the motivation for Hendo. A treble 20.
Well, he was hoping there for at least a 19 to give him the option
43.
of tops.
Christian Ryan, 40.
I've got absolutely no confidence of this going in the way his doubles have been so far.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
By hook
Chris
or by
Gilliland.
crook. Both players get it to 3-3, and once again, Chris has been second
Seven
best in a
final
lot
leg.
of this
It's
game.
Chris
The
to throw
averages, the
first.
stats will
Game
tell you
on.
that. But it's 3-3 in his throw, and all of a sudden you're just thinking, you go back to your Northern Ireland days in the Europe Cup where it's just one leg per game. Just take your mind to that.
59.
And you're begging for at least a treble in them first 3 darts. So that's just meat and drink for Hendo, you'd feel.
Well, with his experience at that level, I think
96.
so. The match has had only 2 holds of throw in the 6 played. The other 4 being breaks. Another reason why Henderson will
92.
still feel like he's going to get an opportunity. And when you look at the missed doubles in the match,
And once again, just going under the treble
60.
20 bed in the deciding leg. That's when you've got to factor in that all of a sudden you don't feel your legs as much as your arms feeling a little bit stiffer. So you've just got to overcompensate sometimes. And that's why a treble is like gold dust.
96.
yeah, it fascinates me when I see elite level players and they'll go under, and they'll stay under. They won't even.
43.
I used to think, right, just over pitch by the smallest amount. Just pick a spot over the 60. Because if you drag it, you're dragging it into the 60 and you can replicate that.
I swear, honestly, my first lakeside against Danny
100.
Noppert in the final, I couldn't feel any part of my body. I went for the centre of the fat 20 and it went plumb in the treble 20 bed. And I was like, thank you very much.
36.
And there's an
Christian
opening now for
Ryan,
Gilliland. He's
154.
now a big favourite for this match.
That's some breathing space, which is all you want.
57.
Although a trademark knacks certainly make things interesting here. Oh, he's got to come out.
99. Christian Ryan, 97.
Needed 2 trebles, didn't he?
He did. But it's all about this treble 19. You can just see that little smile on his face there. It's in his hands. Second best. Is a straight. Now he's just a bit sloppy on that last start there, but it went right in the middle.
167.
It's 167. What a champagne finish this would be.
Just for a second there. What he was going to pull one out the fire.
139.
Well, he's put
Christian
all the
Ryan,
pressure on the world
40.
for Chris Gilliland. With 3 darts at tops for the match. It's been a tale of missed opportunities,
Chris
that
Gilliland.
game. But it's Chris Gilliland who gets over the winning line by hook or by crook. Somehow he gets there. He won't be happy with the tail of the tape in relation to the checkout ratio. 4 from 21 is just not acceptable in this elite level of amateur darts. John Henderson will be frustrated. Steam coming out of his ears as he walked down them steps. The 94 finish being his highlight. His first loss of the day. But Chris Gilliland joins John Henderson on 4 points and he's right in the mix. And speaking of players who are hoping to get to 4 points, up next is Lukas Wenig against Dan Reed, looking for his first points of the day. Back after this short break.
Lukas Wenig then looking to build on an impressive display last time out. Of course, a player who's had some eye-catching results this year already, hasn't he? Including a whopping 108.56 average posted on the Challenge Tour back in January. He's taken on Dan Reed, who suffered back-to-back defeats this morning. But when we look at his all-time stats here at the Super Series, he's looking for win number 80 in this competition. And those finishing stats really are sublime. Up above 40%, which is so rare to see. And as we mentioned earlier, of all the players to have played over 100 games here, his checkout percentage is the highest. Can he turn performances into points this time out? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. And if Dan Reed needed any motivation, if he could have just seen that slide before he walked out, I think there'd have been an extra bounce in his step, because there were some staggering statistics there. And we'll give him some real hope. He is up against a real top-notch player. We are looking at the best of amateur players here at the MODUS Super Series over the 13 weeks. And Lukas Wenig is a wonderful addition to be here. And for Dan Reed, the one person I guess he doesn't want to see when you play 2 lost to is Lukas, but also it can be that moment where you're looking for that little bit of fire, looking at something to get you going. But I'd like to be in Lucas's corner right now. I just think he's got that X factor.
Yeah, I agree, Glenn. I'm very much like we were waiting.
First leg, it's Lukas to throw first.
Something like
Game
the
on.
quality we'd expect from Neil Duff. He produced. Oh, don't be shocked if one of these goes through the gears in this one. We've seen it from
60.
Hendo. As we just seen on that slide, Glenn, a personal best here at the Super Series for this man. 117.88.
Yeah, that's
60.
I think that was my highest average on the Euro Tour qualifier against a Lincoln player. My memory, Mark. There you go. My memory is absolutely so
70.
bad. The only time I got anywhere near that kind of number was a set average in the Worlds. It was against John Parr. I think it was 118.6, but yeah.
140.
For a match, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and that's what I say to players. You know, it's inside you. You know, if you can throw a treble 20, it's then a case of replication. It's a case of balance.
171.
And that's a sensational return there from Lukas Wenig. And Dan Reed will get to a stage where he feels like everybody's playing well against me. The whole world's against me. So that's where the mindset comes into it. That's where you've got to be really strong and make yourself first, tough to beat.
Again, another example of that counting earlier
140.
than maybe, well, certainly maybe than both myself and you would have even thought about. On 371, I wouldn't be thinking of 171, would you?
No, not at all. And I think the Dutch started that in the 90s.
41. Lucas, you require
Barney
60.
and, you know, Michael coming through early. Straight dart first, job done. 2 darts at tops.
40.
Just
Daniel
goes underneath
required
her.
160.
Would have been a lovely opening 15 darter. And for Reed, he needs that moment. And a 160 would have given him that. He's
100.
not showing the signs
Lucas,
of distress
you required
we've
20.
talked about today. Looks totally at peace.
Game shot on the first leg.
Then he'll be
Lucas
very happy
Wenig.
with that 16 dart opener on his throw.
Absolutely.
Make your opponent win in 12 and 15.
Second leg, it stands to throw first. Game
Notice
on.
there that Dan Reed is using a SDG custom shirt. They're actually just doing mine. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, Glenn,
100.
but try and play, that's for sure.
Are you not in the Super Series?
Well, yeah, I think I'm looking at the next
81.
phase 4, Series 4.
Before your Masters it?
Yeah, then maybe, but it's
I think
again.
that worked for you last time.
Yeah,
I think if you would have gone the week after, because
180.
look, you surprised me, Chris, without blowing smoke or anything like that. I thought you were fabulous here, and I just thought if it was a week later at Circus Tavern, I think
that's what I need. I needed that
140.
competitive environment just to prep, and I got it all wrong for the World Seniors, but.
Well, if you want my tiniest bit of advice, I would say get yourself to maybe the MODUS Super Series, maybe 2 weeks before you go to Yeovil. Tickets now available.
Yeah, just to get that mentality, isn't it?
Well, I just thought your positivity going into that would be through the roof.
Then you require 81.
You went up there and bombed. You know, that's the only concern of doing that's easy. As Dan Reid looks at double 12. A
Game shot on the
fantastic
second
toss there
leg.
from Dan Reid. 12 data, absolutely quality from the young man. Like I said, horses for courses. He's been here before. He's won groups.
Third leg, it's Lukas to throw
He's made the
first.
Saturday night
Game on.
final in Southampton.
I think that's the beauty of playing in this, and I think that's why the players do enjoy it so much, and especially those that
100.
maybe have just come off the tour, or those that are struggling with confidence and form, because you know you're here for the whole shift. So if you lose a couple of games, there ain't no. I didn't come here with any
45.
kind of ambition. From playing, you know, locally, I knew I could still hit big scores and big finishes and low legs, and you just this gives you the opportunity
140.
to play yourself into form. It's not like that ruthlessness of knockout darts where you're more worried about losing than winning.
Yeah. No, I get that.
140.
I mean, another thing is when the draw comes out and you know who you play the Masters,
Yeah.
they'll be looking at you thinking, well, Chris is in great form, or Chris will be, you know, I'll be happy and confident I'm going to beat him.
180.
And I tell you what, I bet Lukas Wenig wishes he was over 50, because right now,
I don't.
the numbers of this game is absolutely
60.
staggering from both
Lukas
players.
require 81.
Well, it was a 12 in the last leg. It's not going to be a 12 or an 11 here, but he
41.
leaves tops after 12. The lead 2-1.
Yeah, very cosmopolitan week, and seeing the news, the Oceanic entries into the
100. Lukas
ADC
require
by the
40.
ADC at the MODUS Super Series, which is
Fabulous.
absolutely beautiful. And that's talking about beautiful, that marker. He bends the wire on the second dart.
Game shot on the
There
third
was a
leg.
raise of the eyebrows
Lukas
from Dan
Wenig.
Reid. I don't think he could believe it didn't go in.
He's quality, this guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Fourth leg, it's Dan
Yeah,
to
I've
throw
just got to see
first.
him on the-
Game on.
On the Euro Tour, which is where we see a lot of these new players emerge.
Yeah, Germany's a fantastic. I'm very, very busy in Germany this year, and
140.
with the crowds, they absolutely love it over there. And
Yeah,
I
it's
just
the
think these
big
new
gala
countries,
events, isn't it?
Yeah, there's. Yeah, I much prefer the old school exhibitions
Yeah.
in front of
60.
80 to 100 people.
Same.
I quite like Hooters.
Yeah,
I like them bars.
some bar that. I don't think I'd be worrying about the darts too much.
55.
You do a lot of stuff out there with Phil, don't you?
Yeah, like I said, I quite like the fact it's, you know, there's
More of an more
1,000 people
intimate
there
show.
and 999 are there for
140.
him. I get that, and I quite like being sideshow Bob, I won't lie. In fact, my favourite exhibition is when I was at my best. He was just mingling with a crowd, and no one was watching the
83.
darts. I swear I was going 11, 12, 11. No one was interested. They got a photo with Phil. They were going home happy. It was also the case of, do you want
100.
Glenn in the picture? Yes, I'd stand there. Do you want Glenn in the picture? No. And I was like, oh my God, this is embarrassing. Can't you just do it with Phil? No, it's great. I love working over there.
135.
And now Poland, Hungary, Romania, you know, them types of places now,
Yeah,
just
there's-
bouncing with darts.
Yeah, it's really taken off over the past. I mean, it was built. That momentum was building. But
58.
again,
Daniel
Belgium,
require
another
88.
territory where we always used to play.
Yeah.
But that's getting a Euro Tour this year, isn't it?
It's just the passion. And it's passion that Dan Reid is demonstrating right
Game
now.
shot on the fourth
And
leg.
that is a
Dan
fabulous-
Reid.
Another leg of darts, this time in 15. Absolute quality from both players as we enter the fifth leg.
Fifth leg, it's
Well,
Lukas to throw
winning
first.
leg so far in this
Game on.
match. It was a 16 dart with a 171 in leg one for Lucas. Then the 180 and a 12 dart hold for Dan. Then a 180 and a 15 for
140.
Lucas. And then that was a 15 from Dan Reid on the ball.
Yeah, if you ever wondered how averages work, 99 and 140 just tips it over to 101.
100.
Well, please listen to me when I say averages. It just usually a lot of it's to do with the average checkouts. 66% Dan Reid's on at the moment. And Lukas Wenig on. What I always thought was the minimum,
140.
33%. 1 in 3 darts. That was always my sort of go-to until you go to the PDC where you've got to be around about the 40-50% mark.
100.
Once again, another fantastic weekend for Gerwyn Price. He's the main man. Is he peaking too early for the majors, Chris?
I don't know. He did an interview with Barzy afterwards. and
100.
his opinion is he thinks he'll peak probably in about 2 years' time in terms of ability, I presume. And that is a frightening prospect for everybody else.
121.
Yeah, I played him in a cowshed in South Wales, and I was like, what's all the fuss about? And then a couple of years later, Wenig, all the fuss about this double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Lukas
Bullseye,
Wenig.
treble 13, double 16. This match is just oozing quality right now from both players.
6th leg, it stands to throw
It's a
first.
strong possibility
Game on.
that Dan Reid could be played 3, lost 3. And I tell you what, in a different day, he could be top in the group. That's been the quality of Group A. And Lukas Wenig right now is just the beginning to put the afterburners on what was a disappointing opening loss.
60. 96.
Another person watching, Paul Hinks. I'll have a
The governor.
lot. He said, I'm going to see you Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Paul, my friend, I'm leaving on Wednesday. I'm off to Primrose Valley with my
98.
grandson, just up your neck of the woods. But I tell you what, Paul, it's a brilliant group. You're going to absolutely love it here because the kind of quality you're watching right now.
180.
Third max is just every stat I'm looking at here is just oozing elite darts.
137.
come
Daniel
off the top.
required 125.
They've both found another gear. Tops.
85.
Finish John Henderson hit earlier. Dan Reid, I think his reaction afterwards, he thought it was him. I think this game, Chris, deserves to go the full 7. It's
Absolutely.
been beautiful to watch.
140. Daniel
About to
required
be
40.
6 legs old and only taken
Game
10
shot on the
minutes
6th leg.
to get there.
Dan Reid.
As we see another 15 dart leg. 6 holds of throw
7th
between
and
them.
final leg. It's Lukas to throw
longest
first.
leg.
Game on.
A 16 darter in leg 1 from this man.
57.
Got an opening for Dan Reid. Both of them have had 7 darts at a double. Both of them have hit 3 targets.
45.
Damn.
60. 95.
95, so does punish on this occasion.
100. 60.
And here we go, just when you need them trebles. 60, 100 for Lukas, 45, 95, 60. That's when you can tell. And the real cream will come to the top.
140.
In the last leg decider. That's why that statistic by Michael Van Gerwen when he was winning every single leg deciders was so impressive because it's all of a sudden it's a different game.
100.
You can feel that
Lukas
extra pressure.
144.
For Dan Reid, you just feel that 100 is just not enough right now. And this 144 for Lukas. And it's double 12 for an amazing end.
120.
So what has been a sensational game. All Dan Reid can do now is put some pressure and make Lukas think of this double 12. And that will hurt him.
85.
Gives him
Lukas
the minor
required
outside
24.
chance. But Lukas at Wenig for 24. Just a little sharp and take a breath there. The reset for double 6.
12.
Wow.
Daniel required 116.
Flip side to the story.
Yeah, see this coming. Oh, no, that couldn't be any more awkward. No other way he could go.
40. Lukas required
Also
12.
frustrating last dart. So there, come on, he says. He knows the importance of this dart. He's all the way down to double 3.
Game, shot,
That's his
and
scoop,
the match.
Lukas.
Lukas Wenig.
An absolutely outstanding match, and I thoroughly enjoyed all 13 minutes of that game. Staggering statistics as we entered the last leg, but once again that last leg did show some frailties from Dan Reid, but he was averaging well over 100 for big parts of that match. A big 88 checkout and 3 from 7 for Dan Reid, who walks off the stage, but played very, very nicely. But Lukas Wenig, another 98 average. He's just beginning to go into the gears, and that 1-2-1 finish was just the highlight. Bull treble 13, double 16. A fantastic game. Lukas Wenig joins Chris Gilliland and John Henderson and Viteslav Sedlak on 4 points. This group is tasty, tasty, tasty.
Right then, time for the battle between the two Northern Irishmen and two players who know each other's games very well indeed in Chris Gilliland and Neil Duff. As Duzza mentioned earlier, they have played together in the past, but it's all business here. Duff looking for a win that'll draw him level with his opponent on 4 points in the league table at this early juncture. The WDF World Champ averaged 87 in getting the better of Sedlak with a whitewash win last time out, missing just the one dart at the outer ring in the process. Can he build on that here then? Let's find out with Mason Duzza.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abby. Been intrigued to watch this game, just purely the fact that they're really good friends. They've played in the same Northern Ireland team at European Cups, and you know, when I asked Chris who's your best friend in darts, his answer was Neil Duff. So it's always tough to put that aside. And I think Chris Mason sort of alluded to earlier, next door just feels very quiet in there, feels very businesslike. I just have the feeling that friendship is put aside in this game, and once you get on the hockey, you know, friendship, it's all about business, and both will be feeling fairly okay. Chris is sat top on 4 points right now, and Neil Duff is just on the back of that fantastic third game of his, and we've sort of,
First leg, it's Neil to throw first.
A 2-0 when he lost his first 2 matches. He had to win his next 3, and I mean, this is very capable. He's got the darts as well. He's thrown first. Intriguing game. Don't miss this one.
Yeah, it's got the ingredients
100.
to be a good game. They'll know each other's game inside out and should be very comfortable. playing against each other. There'll be no surprises, that's for sure. That's sometimes can be
100.
a mental issue where you're unsure of your opponent's ability, and I'm sure that's why Vitas has caught a few players out already
140.
today.
What did we say Henry D going to be doing? He's only watching the darts. I've told him, nothing. Get away from the darts. I can't help myself, he says, Glenn. He should be preparing himself for the quiz tonight.
140.
Great start from Duff. He's just sort of a transition from that incredible 4-0 victory. He's just taken into this game here, and very, very early.
97. Nil you required. 121.
A huge amount of confidence in defeating Vitas 4-0.
I've seen this finish already by Lukas
105.
Wenig, and that double 16 there would have replicated exactly what Lukas did, and Chris is a long way back on 2-4-6. But Chris has won a couple of games today where he hasn't been a lot in the match. He's held on to his own throw.
97. Nil you required. 16.
Got over the line. So that hasn't been vintage Gilliland so far.
Game shot on the first leg.
But this is
Neil
much,
Duff.
much better from Neil Duff. A nice little 14 darter to open up. He's just beginning to go into third gear, into fourth.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first.
And he'll realise that it's a long week here, but he's fit, he's strong, he's determined to do really well in the MODUS Super Series. I love the story where he got very, very close the first time he was
100.
here. And he hadn't even reached his hotel when he was in touch with the MODUS Super Series team and said, "Get me back here."
Yeah, he's like many other players, they really
125.
embrace it here, and it does have that addictive thing where you think, I'd like another go at that, because although especially in the
60.
PDC with the, the Pro Tour environment, it's pretty perfect, isn't it? You're played in a booth, you've got a marker, it's
90.
played behind closed doors. It's literally it's one of those environments that will produce some of the averages that we see because it's perfect.
Yeah, that was going to be my answer, and that's why you see the stratospheric averages that you see.
140.
I always feel it's a little bit tough in here on a Monday because it does feel cold in there. I mean, none of the players are complaining, but I think on Monday morning here, if you can just
100.
set your target, if you can get 3 or 4 wins on that Monday, it really sets up the week. And it was great to see a full crowd here on Saturday night. What a difference that makes to the players.
It's a massive building that internally
105.
we've reduced this area just to have a smaller playing area and an area for a small crowd, because that's what the powers that be felt
44.
would work.
Christian
But to
required
get this
96.
building warm, which is enormous, takes some time.
Yeah, the players in the northeast, Chris, they're desperate to be here. And it's big news at home, and when Jamie won it yesterday, his first thing to me was, when are you commentating, Glenn? Because, I'm giving me dates soon.
56.
But when I'll be there as the
Nil
ADC
required.
Northeast qualifier.
142.
What an honour that would be to commentate in his games. He might look at the bullseye second dart. He does that. And funnily enough, he was actually looking for the 25, and you're thinking, what do I need
69.
now? That was a bit
Christian
sloppy the
required
last
40.
dart.
For a level game. Does the match start with 2 holds?
Game shot on the second leg.
Unsurprisingly,
Chris Gilliland.
it sure does.
Yeah, Chris Gilliland, he sort of just hangs in there, doesn't he,
Yep.
until the
Third leg, it's
last
Neil to
lap,
throw
and then
first. Game on.
puts a Sebastian Coe sprint on at the end.
$100.
Really liking Duff at the moment. It's just not often, say, one thing about the comms box, you do sort of see people's behaviours, their attributes, the skills, and, a couple of times when he was last here, he was just showing them signs of distress.
180.
Today, it just looks very businesslike, despite the fact he lost his opening 2 games. He's here to do a job this week.
Well, the last time he was
60.
here, he'd come off a real busy schedule as well.
Yeah, similar to Henderson, so I think they're coming here fresh this time, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, he was due to be here for the whole week, and then the flights were cancelled from the Isle of Man, and
100.
hence he missed his whole week. And every player gets an opportunity to play here twice in a series, but they can't play
59.
2 whole weeks. They can play a 1 whole week or a Group B and a Group C on the back of it, or 2 Group Bs or a Group C.
$44.
Yeah, normally when you just sit above the treble 20, it's the ideal dart for Chris Gilliland. It's not the best dart. I think it's perfect runs where Neil's just landed there.
81.
Yeah, if he's gonna miss, you want to miss bottom wire.
137 here would be nice. I think he heard me.
137.
And this would be the first breaker throw, and the right
83.
smile is there. He's just
Christopher
crept into the
Clive,
treble
40.
one.
Just
On a
bumped
given-
across,
yeah,
didn't
on
it?
a given day.
Game shot on the third lay. Chris Gilliland. Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $45. $125.
Just reckon the whole thing in here. If you're wondering what the
100.
silence is.
$100.
Finding that treble bed with ease now is Gilliland. Would this be another maximum?
180. $45.
Chris Mason to save the day as I nearly wrecked the joint in here.
Well, Neil Duff will be wanting to
66.
save the day here with a big visit.
Like I said, I like the 19s here, but when you're that far behind, a good setup play.
100.
You feel a
Chris
little bit
Require,
aggrieved.
110.
That first out was perfect, and 110 is very gettable for Chris. Not now.
Good
Second
recovery.
best is the setup.
70. Neil, you
Go
require
treble 17
131.
first. No, old school. 60, 39, 32 would have been his route there.
And I said he hasn't showed any signs of distress. And that's just the first sign of disappointment there,
45.
because all of a
Chris
sudden
Require, 40.
he's feeling this game is sort of running away from him, because you don't envisage Chris missing from this position. Great marker. That very long point just makes
Game
that
shot
bed
on the
so
fourth
wide.
lay. Chris
He
Gilliland.
just moves across to the left-hand side, the double top, and this is great stuff from Chris Gilliland. Both me and
Fifth
fellow
leg, it's
commentator
Neil to
Chris
throw
Mason felt it was
first.
a
Game
decent
on.
outside bet for this week on even this group. The information we sort of had, he's well capable of beating all the opponents this week, but it's the
100.
consistency with Chris, and you know, as he got that B game that sometimes you need to win ugly. Well, for me, he's demonstrated that. He stayed in the matches and then come flying through with his darts at the end, and a 3-1 lead here.
100.
He's looking good for play 3-1-3 in his last 3 matches.
Well, the only game he has lost was to
100.
Vitas, and they both averaged literally bang on 90, didn't they? And it was only a 4-3 defeat. So I say if he adds that ability to
96.
win ugly, he's right in the mix.
Yeah, just the fact he's seen himself top of the table there, it just gives him some sort of momentum as you walk
43.
onto the stage. But you know, the fact is there's 4 players there on 4 points, and we're talking minuscule. I would just stick to the fact of win 3 today, get on to 6 points. A 4th win would be a real bonus, and he's taking
132.
real control now.
Yeah, for Neil, it's imperative he
45.
wins his last game, but It's against Dan Reed, who I don't quite know how, but he's played 3 and lost all 3.
Yeah, I get the feeling I feel sorry for the next person to play Dan Reed, because
38.
I think there's no way he can, and he doesn't deserve to go away with a 5-0 loss today, that's for sure.
Dan's
60.
got 2
Christian
games to
required
play,
135.
the one to follow this one, which will be against Vitas.
Just doesn't need to be.
95.
Last start is
Neil, you
exactly
require
what I'd be looking for.
153.
153 is very, very tough. Gettable. Not now.
121.
So in the Battle of Northern Ireland,
Christian
the
required
Battle
40.
of the Friends, the Battle of the Teammates. It's 3 darts at tops for
Game,
Chris Gilliland. He
shots,
only needs
and
the
the
one.
match. Chris
Fantastic
Gilliland.
game. Once again, great sportsmanship between the 2 friends. You can see the frustration in Neil Duff on the back of a fantastic victory. But for Chris Gilliland, the first player to go into 6 points, and you just sort of use them things to keep yourself going. A very, very acceptable 94.24. But look at the stats on the checkouts. 4 from 6. That was the big difference in that game. Chris Gilliland, he's on a charge right now.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
So then Group A continues with Dan Reed, who put in an impressive performance last time out, ended up with an average in excess of 94, but still finds himself looking for that first win of the week, having been unable to produce a high enough level in the deciding leg against Lukas Wenig, and he's taken on the Group A debutant in Viteslav Sedlak, who was victorious in his opening 2 games of the day, but I'm sure we'll learn a lot from how he responds to that whitewash defeat last time out in his final 2 games of the day. What sort of reaction are you guys in the commentary box expecting from the Czech player in this one?
Thanks, Abby. Well, I think it's more about what the reaction is going to be from this man who has played 3 and lost 3, yet at times has performed to a level that, well, not only do I expect him to have won matches, Glenn, but be somewhere near the other end of the table.
Yeah, I think it probably feels like his opening game, 82 average, not where he wanted to be, and followed by a 92 and a 94. You know, very acceptable averages, and every given day he could be sat here with 3 wins, but I think that's just an indication how tough the group is. I think he'd be happy with his opponent here. I'm thinking
First leg, it's
Sedlak
Dan
has
to throw
impressed us all.
first. Game on.
But it's how's he going to bounce back
Yes.
after being thumped full zip?
Exactly. So I think this could be the right play for Dan Reed, and yeah, I'm going to go for a Dan Reed victory here. And I just think it's going to make the group so exciting. But am I a big
100.
fan of Sedlak? Just him. I just like him as a person. He just looks very cool, calm, and collected. Super throw. He has, once again, he has all the attributes, all the
60.
skills to do really, really well this week. And we had our concerns, part of who is this guy? You know, what's going to happen here? Is he going to bomb? Is it going to be too much for him? But he's been
60.
absolutely brilliant so far. So just continues to impress. Look at that dart. It's just effortless.
And it's his first time with a bit of adversity,
140.
having been beaten 4-0. So we'll find out a fair bit about him. Well, certainly a lot more about him in this match.
Yeah, Dan doesn't look like he's going to panic.
100.
No, and that's the best thing about being in from Group A. You've got that insurance policy of playing Thursday and Friday. Ultimately, main objective is to make sure you're in
100.
Saturday night's final, and then it's just all gravy.
Yeah, I love sat with Henry, who can remember sort of certain groups of people finishing bottom in group. I think it was Key and Tian.
140.
And then going to win it on Saturday night. So I'm sure, Chris, you've seen every single scenario in the MODUS. Nothing's going to surprise you anymore.
No. I've seen James Richardson win,
100.
lose on the Monday
Dan, you require
5-0,
101.
win on the Tuesday, go through the card all 5, and then on the Wednesday get not win a game. It's you just don't know.
Tops for Reed.
61.
And exactly
Vito,
the
you
same
require
finish for Sedlak.
101.
Is he going to go the same route? Yes, he is. Is he going to use the 1? No, he's not. This time's the favoured double 16.
69.
And I was
Dan, you
about to say
require
that's
40.
what darts is all about. Millimetres here and there. Dan Reed, is his luck about to change? There's his marker.
Game
That
shot on the
is
first
outstanding.
leg.
And Dan Reed has been outstanding most of this morning. He's just not getting the rub of the green at times. But if he just thinks to himself, I've been here before. I've
Second
done
leg,
well
it's
in the MODUS
Vito to
Super
throw
Series. If I
first.
can just get 2 wins under my belt, today hasn't been the disaster which it potentially was looking at.
No, if he can pick up 2 wins
140.
in his final 2 games, finishing top is still a possibility.
Yeah, his next match would be a bit of a bottom of the table clash as well
100.
with Neil Duff, and one of them would finish on 2 and one would finish on 4 points. But that means we're writing off Sedlak winning this match.
60.
Well, we've still got a big enough sample of
60.
his matches to sort of see where he is in terms of numbers, and you're gonna get a mid-80s out of him, aren't you?
Yeah, we looked at some of his stats at Q School.
97.
It's not far off that, is it?
Yeah, he was peppering the 90 averages on a few of them, which give us hope for him today. Like I said, when he looked at that group or walked in that players area,
76.
I was more thinking how tough it's going to be next door for him, because his English is, like you said, is so bad. He can't get involved with the rest of the guys and have a bit of banter, have a laugh, which, it's a long week here.
40.
Unfortunately, his interpreter, whose friend Martin's here with him, but he's on the balcony.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, he's not that far from Germany, so I wonder if he speaks some German, and him and Lukas can
117.
have
Vito,
some
you require
form of natter.
164.
Good point.
$58. Dan, you require 148.
I was just about to say, if he doesn't
42.
get it, what he wants
Vito,
to
you
do is
require
put
106.
as much pressure possible on Sedlak.
Yeah, it was a poor setup. But Sedlak's not going to finish on this 106, and Dan Reid
58. Dan, you
getting
require
opportunities now.
106.
It's only one treble needed on the 106. And that will be treble 18. He's going to get the one darter double 16 with his opponent
74.
on a two darter.
Vito, you require 48.
And that's about as much frustration you're going to see from Dan Reid as Sedlak looks to punish that.
Game
Well,
shot
I
on the
think what
second
Dan
leg.
Reid's doing
Vito
is
Sedlak.
he's, and it's hard to explain. You know when you go through that phase where you're sort of throwing them at the target.
Third leg, it stands
and
to
he's
throw
not
first.
he's not aggressive enough. He's not putting it in it. He's sort of saying, well, double 16 sort of over there somewhere.
I totally understand that, but he knows where treble 20 is.
135.
I like him. He's probably the one on you, Lee. So once again, we're so generous in information he's given me, which I'll try and share with you this week.
140.
I think he's got the right temperament. Just coming up against players playing very, very nicely. He has a hint of a guy who lives near me called Jordan Matthews.
140.
When I see in that side view there. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. That wasn't, even though it was straight in the treble 20 bed.
180.
What a player. Vita Sedlak, along with Karol Sedlacek, Adam Gawless, or Gavlas.
97.
Flawless Gawless, I tried to nickname, and he said, but Glenn, my name's not Gawless.
He can play. He got game.
He's a character. He's an absolute, he's so funny.
93. Daniel require 129.
Treble
I
19.
love his passion.
Yeah, honestly, he's got it. Can still do it with treble 20.
48. Vito, you require 88.
So well, I don't like that because even if you hit the 25, you've got to go back at the ball and everything can go wrong with that. He wants the ball.
45.
For a soft
Daniel
hit player,
require
he's nowhere near.
81.
I was thinking the same. Look, can Dan Reid hit the ball? Didn't fancy that
47.
because he's just shown
Vito, you require
the stress, the
43.
flinging of the arms all of a sudden. That is not. I'm not used to it with him, but Sedlak, two darter, double 16, just doing his own thing. Doesn't move. He went to move.
11.
He thought
Maybe
he
he
could just
should've.
see enough of
require
that double
34.
16. What do you
I'd say
do here,
for-
Chris?
Well, I think he'll go, yeah, not surprisingly, going straight at it.
Game
Doesn't
shot on
fancy
the
the
third
split.
leg. Dan Reid.
And Dan Reid somehow, in the end, just about holds, despite the max in the leg.
Fourth leg, it's
Vitas.
Vitas to throw first. Game on.
As we touched on, we had a full house here on Saturday. Tickets are absolutely free at dartshop.tv. I won't be hearing myself Saturday, but it's going to be an absolute cracker when you
99.
look at the level of players this week. And, you know, I think the winner this week will be one of the favourites going into Champions Week. It's just that tough. So get yourself down here.
85.
I know the players really appreciate the fact that the crowd are here Saturday. It just adds another element, doesn't it, Chris? And then players who, in sterile atmospheres like you've got now, where it's just you, the board, your opponent, etc.
81.
Well, in the group games, that's fine. But when it comes to finals night, when you're playing for the $5 grand and a place in Champions Week, you want that extra bit of atmosphere. And it's a real unique
85.
experience here because you are right on it. Even if you're at the back, you're closer than what you would be if you were at the front at the alley pally or anywhere else.
96.
You get to see the players and everybody else, all the staff here. Doors open at 6:30. Play gets underway at 7:30.
140.
Yeah, I think the change of times has been absolutely fantastic for the players because they're used to playing at 7, 8 o'clock. And we're seeing the real quality sort of coming through now. And Justin Hood, a deserved winner last week.
96.
Took his chances. That's all you can do.
100. Vito required
I
129.
certainly thought it was going to be Barry Vampire, the
Yeah, especially after the group A. He looked on the Monday when he won 5 out of 5. He looked in fantastic form.
And he broke Chris Gilliland's leg difference record, didn't he?
91.
That's how dominant he was in Group A.
What a dart that is.
Game shot on the
What a
fourth
finish that is.
leg.
Dan Reid
Dan
was desperate for the 2 points. We felt by playing Sedlak could just be the right thing for him. I was getting a bit worried with the signs of what he was doing. He was flailing his arms around a little bit, shaking his head, something that you don't associate with Dan Reid. But he just found that extra gear.
Ultimately, just the frustration of finding himself bottom of the table after 3 matches, and you almost feel like it's just, why isn't it not my day?
How do you think Sedlak will feel?
Well, I think when he goes back and then looks at his numbers and looks at his numbers away from here, he's there 59. Or thereabouts. He's averaging mid-80s here, which it's tidy stuff.
I felt if he was going to take a positive return, Dan Reid was going to be there, because his final game against John Henderson, that could be a tough one, but lots to play for by then. But right now, it's all about this man. He's looking to get on the board.
140.
Darts like that won't be too far away, in my opinion.
Yeah, Sedlak's right in the mix, and within a group of players that are way more experienced, not just here, but in world darts. So he'd have to be
131.
fairly happy with his day's work so far. I'm saying he won't win his final game, of course, but it's going to be tough.
140.
Hendo's been showing.
$64. Daniel requires 62.
62 to wrap up a very tidy performance.
Left himself tops.
Game,
and he hits that with absolute aplomb. A fully justified victory. Focused, clinical and impressive throughout, Dan Reid. And he's up and running. And you see his reaction there, the little fist pump. Nice little 91.59 average. Very acceptable checkout. He had a job to do, and Dan Reid did it. For Sedlak, he came out, played 4, won his opening 2 games. Let's see what his bounce-back ability is like in his final game of the day against John Henderson. But everybody is now up and running. Big, big heavyweight clash. John Henderson versus Lukas Wenig. I wouldn't miss that one.
Completing our penultimate round of fixtures then, John Henderson and Lukas Wenig. For Hendo, he's put in two very good scoring displays, but we're yet to see him put all elements of his game together, having missed 18 darts at double in his last two matches. Can he put in a more complete display this time out against the German, who also finds himself on 4 points at this stage, who joins Gilliland on 6 points then? Let's rejoin Mace and Duzza to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Well, the one thing I know for sure is that we won't be worrying about fatigue for this man, who has experience in playing multiple matches. He was part of the German Super League darts towards the back end of 2022, where they play, well, an unbelievable amount of matches per day over the course of 4 days. And this man eventually was edged out in the semi-finals. Florian Hempel went on to beat Nico Springer 10-8 in the final of that one. Wenig was edged out in the semis 8-6 in a very similar format to this, where they
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
they play multiple group matches over the course of 4 days, so you'll be relishing this opportunity, Glenn.
Yeah, he plays it with the
100.
Rodriguez twins in his Super League. Franz Roche, Dragutin Horvat. Good player, so that's not a bad side, is it? I think his favourite match is the week he got to the third round on the Euro Tour in
180.
Kiel. As he hits another maximum. He's a quality man. 3-time runner-up on the Challenge Tour, Chris. So
85.
just hasn't got over the winning line yet, but a 28-year-old, the world's his oyster in a country which is begging for a top-class player. And Martin Schindler again, semi-final this week.
81.
And a very late starter as well, of course.
Yeah. Well, so was Florian Hempel. Wasn't he handball or something?
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, he was a pro handball player. And you look at Gavlas, I mean, he started, I mean, he's only a baby now, but he's only been playing darts a few years.
Yeah. Didn't he? Was it UK Open, wasn't it, where he
100.
made his mark? Henderson 140 would be nice here. There's his marker.
And he's bent the wire. Literally bent the wire. Squeezed
60.
it.
Lucas, you require
It's always a
140.
tough take when you throw 3 good darts and only hear the 60. But Lucas's Cardinalson have not gone straight first on the 140 finish, hence that response.
80.
What a
John, you
last darter
require
that is.
156.
2 treble 20s. There's one of them.
Begging for another shower. Oh, you can tell.
100. Lucas, you
I think
require
both
60.
me and Chris pulled the same face there.
What? Especially the amount of times he hits 180s. Yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort.
Can also relax you a little bit, so because you can just reset, recollaborate. Big dart.
Game shot on the first leg. Lukas
And a
Wenig.
breaker throwing this heavyweight clash. It's just a sign of quality, that and that little smile of the face. And what I would
Second
say
leg,
to
it's
you,
Lucas
Lucas,
to throw first.
you may not
Game
have hit
on.
that if you'd have gone straight for it, just by being so close to the treble. Just to give you the chance to just get rid of a little bit of tension in the body. I don't like them 2 darts.
61.
There's more movement in them 3 darts there than he's done all day so far. So he's feeling it.
Yeah, a lot of anxiety in that visit.
85.
Do you think this format suits Hendo?
This version of Hendo,
85.
the not so big John Henderson. He just loves playing darts, doesn't he? I think for him, he'd be one of those that would
123.
benefit from winning Group A and getting those 2 days off, though. He's the
Absolutely.
elder statesman of this group. Well, apart from Neil Duff, of course.
140.
Those two are the daddies of the group.
Yeah, speaking of people watching, Aaron Turner, not so busy in the workshop today. He's watching on. I was only
86.
2 minutes away from when I collected the Lakeside Trophy yesterday. He must have some money. It was very posh round there.
Here's Bosch around there.
59.
Sends a tenner, Aaron. I'll make me a kitchen. Just showing Chris my new garden room.
Ooh, it's a bit special that.
38. Lucas, you require
You having a
156.
jacuzzi in there as well?
Well, there'd only be me that fits in, Chris. So maybe not. Not with the price of electric these days. Tell how tight I am as Lucas. We'll stay on that treble 20 bed. Leaves him a 2-darter. John Henderson is what we call in the trade on a bogey.
89. Lucas, you require 96.
Just in case Lucas can't take out the 96. He's handily poised on 80. 81 left. Double 12 for a real rescue.
84. John, you require 80.
All about staying straight. Treble is the bonus. Single is a must. Sitting on top of that. It's double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. John Henderson.
Lovely finish from John Henderson. The tops wasn't a fluke. You're playing very, very safe by going to the top. It's a bit of a relief sometimes when it goes in.
He just wanted to avoid the
Third
flight
leg,
of
it's John
the
to throw
first start,
first.
didn't he?
Game on.
You clip that and it just gets drawn in.
And I think for Johnny, I think you'll have seen a little bit of weakness in Lucas. His last 9 darts, Lucas, 59, 60, 84. And that
140.
opening 3 darts where I felt he was throwing the darts with the dart. One of his strengths has just been so solid.
60.
Just telling Chris I was at the boxing this week, so that Lakeside trophy I collected is the sort of the cherry on the cake for my dart room. But I've got a lot of boxing memorabilia, Chris, and a lot of dart memorabilia. Are you one for collecting stuff?
140.
No, I'm not. I've had some great stuff over the years, and ended up giving most of it away and donating it.
I did.
Yeah,
and
I'm
bought
gutted.
them back.
Yeah, and I'm gutted now. 'Cause
57.
I had some lovely bits and pieces over the years. I've been very fortunate. I didn't live far from a place called the Premier's
81.
Suite, one run by a guy called Scott Murray, who used to be a heavyweight boxer, and he does these big sportsman dinners, and I was all sort of invited to them up on the top table, whether it be
140.
sort of people like Pele there, and the great late Ken Buchanan who passed away recently. So yeah, I collected stuff there over the years, and then been invited
60.
to boxing
John
charity dues.
requires
Obviously been involved in
72.
boxing for all my life, and you end up sort of bringing stuff along and donating it to the charity. So yeah, I've got a couple of really
32.
nice special
Lucas,
bits
you
hidden
require
away at home. But
160.
Speaking of special, but not this time.
I got some lovely signed Muhammad Ali stuff.
That's all I'm waiting for now. But the
40.
prices will
John,
be
you
£5
require
grand
40.
minimum. That's Henderson. Speaking of £5 grand, we'll have
Game
his
shot
eyes on the
third
prize on
leg.
Saturday
John
night.
Henderson.
And with darts like that, against the fantastic player that is Lukas Wenig,
Fourth leg, it's
Lucas
Lucas to throw
who
first. Game on.
took the opening leg against the darts. John Henderson's come fighting back. You just get a feeling with this game will have huge implications on the group because both are sat on 4 points.
140.
That magic 6 points, and then you're playing for an opportunity to get 4 wins on the under your belt on day 1, and that's a great start.
180.
Speaking of great starts,
Did you watch the boxing Saturday night?
Absolutely, yeah. I thought
Disappointing,
it was
wasn't it?
very disappointing. I feel like he's
30.
forgot
how to finish someone off. He's what's punch shy, or is that the term? I'm not
Gun shy, yeah.
gun shy. Yeah.
Yeah, he fights a little scared, and I think his styles have been compromised.
121.
He was with Garcia for a while, and now he's with
He's in
James.
Texas,
yeah, and I just think he's got a mix of styles.
96.
If I was him, I'd pretend it's a 3-rounder and just go for it, big, strong, and use it. That's what I saw in the very early days.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
Yeah.
Eddie Earn,
40.
one of the greatest promoters out there, because he made us believe he was fighting monsters, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was fighting cans.
Yeah.
And it's all right being gunno against them. They're brought in to get blasted out. But as you step up in levels, which is problem in boxing now. A lot of these fights,
John, you require
we'd never see them on. Back in the
160.
day, you'd have to win, over 20 fights to even get a slot on TV.
Yeah.
Now they're building up these fake records, and as soon as they step up, they get exposed and found out.
Yeah,
60.
Leonard, Hagler, Hearns, Durant.
Durant,
Yeah,
the Four Kings.
That era. That's on my wall anyway.
Yeah, that 80s era was my favourite.
43.
I'll tell you a funny story next leg about Roberto Durant. My first nickname, the Hands of Tungsten. It lasted a week where I live.
60. Lukas, you require 144.
I feel this is a must hit. Yeah, he's frustrated, and I just sort of saw it in the opening part of that second leg.
Yeah, that
Something
first
happened.
visit.
And you're only getting outside chances
90.
all of a sudden.
John, you require
So don't
40.
envisage Hendo missing from here.
Game shot on the fourth
Plum
leg.
in
John
the middle.
Henderson.
John Henderson is underway. 3-1 up here.
3 on the
He's making
spin.
a big statement, Chris.
With a shake of the head, he
Fifth leg, it's
knows
John
he's
to throw first.
maybe got himself
Game on.
embroiled, and I'm sure if he's been watching PDC darts for a few years, this would be a player that
100.
he will have seen many times, and maybe Lenny's playing the player.
Something happened in that second leg because he's been so solid. And right now he's back to being solid again because he probably thinks the match is over now.
100.
But something happened inside of him, and that's the mindset. If you sort of trickle elsewhere, and that's when you things. Ultimately, it's just about getting over the
42.
winning line, and John Henderson's done that thousands of times in his life. And I don't think he'll be absolutely delighted the way he's played today, but there's a real strong possibility he's going to finish the day on 8 points, and he'd have took that
80.
this morning.
A group like this to end the day
100.
on 8 points. Chris Gilliland, of course, has
Yeah.
the opportunity to do that. It's that's huge.
Yeah, once again, every game just licking the lips because
100.
even though it's a bottom of the table clash, that Dan Reid, Neil Duff game,
It's massive for both.
massive. She'll go downstairs,
99.
and all that's telling me he's thinking still, because sometimes you can get in the moment, and you suddenly think, why have I left 159? But what a dart that is.
Be disappointed not to follow it. It's perfect, isn't it?
105.
High and middle.
John, you require 160.
His board management is one of the best I've seen at the MODUS Super Series. John Henderson probably thought that was in when he let go. That's a bit of a slider.
95.
It's a
Lucas, you
stonker
require
of a last dart.
116.
That puts all the pressure, and you just feel this 116 must go.
Even scare it.
45. John, you require 65.
Once again, he'll be looking at the bullseye area. I always think of Chris Mason here when they hit the bull. And it's one dart to tops.
45.
One match
Lucas, you
dart.
require 71.
Will he get another in this lag? Well, he's going to get one at tops himself to stay in it.
31. John, you
To 18
require
darts.
20.
I don't think John Henderson thought he would be coming back against some of the quality of Wenig.
Game,
Double 10.
shots,
Effective
and, the
and
match.
efficient
John
throughout.
Henderson.
John Henderson is now on a roll. He goes joint top of the table with Chris Gilliland, beginning to look good and just beginning to put his authority in this league. 4 from 7 on the checkouts being the absolute outstanding point from my point of view. 86-44. John Henderson, a big 4-1 victory over Lukas Wenig, who's a top class player. It's a bottom of the table clash coming up next. It's Dan Reid versus Neil Duff. A must win for both. Back after the short break.
So then, time for our final round of fixtures on day one of week 9, and kicking it off, 2 players battling to avoid being bottom come the close of play. Dan Reid and Neil Duff. Even at this early stage, it feels like a huge contest. Reid, of course, recording his first victory last time out, but will probably be scratching his head wondering how he's only got that 1 win to his name so far, because there's been very little wrong with his performance levels today. To see which of these two can get win number 2 of the day, let's hand back to our commentary team.
Yes, and as you see there, there's the league table. What a big match we have got at the bottom half of the group here. Dan Reid and Neil Duff, minimum 4 points will be the thoughts process they had when they walked in the venue this morning. But 2 great players. Dan Reid just on the back of his first win. Neil Duff will be really disappointed with his last match because he was on the back of a fantastic 4-0 victory right when you just thought he was getting his mojo back. Dan Reid, some staggering stats that linked with the MODUS Super Series. And Neil Duff, the current WDF world champion. Tough one to call. Real 50-50.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Must
Game
win.
on.
Well, it's a must-win for both, but only one can win.
100.
Had a message off Matt Edgar. Do you think that was the greatest ever WrestleMania? My God.
60.
I don't know. I'll have to find some children to ask.
People have the cheek to call me boring.
140.
No, I thought The Rock was great when he beat Hulk Hogan last night.
60.
Tremendous. He jumped off like a top rope. Incredible. The best I can do.
180.
The best Dan Reid can do is smash another 180. He's just beginning to go through the gears. Some players have come out the traps really quickly, like Sedlak.
45.
Dan Reid saved his best for the conclusion
81.
of the day. And sometimes, even despite the fact he's only had 2 wins, if he gets through this match, he'll walk away fairly happy.
41.
Well,
Because he was in a difficult situation at one point today.
Yeah, and it's showing good mental strength, isn't it? I mean, he was installed as the favourite for this one, 4-6.
60.
With
Dan,
the-
you
with the
require
throw.
40.
Neil was 11-10.
Game shot on the first
He's
leg.
justifying
Dan Reid.
that favouritism with a max in the leg and a 13-dart hold.
Yeah, Neil looked a little solemn. I just nipped out in
Second
between
leg,
the
it's
last
Neil
game.
to throw first. Game
And he
on.
was just sat very quiet, getting his thoughts together, which is exactly what I'd be doing and what I'd recommend. But that little
47.
shake of it is just concerning for me now. But Neil knows the situation. I'm a big fan of Neil Duff. But he'll be very disappointed. And look at the steely determination in the
85.
eyes of Dan Reid right now. He's on the ascendancy. He's on the up. Who do you think walks away the happiest?
140.
I know there's a game to play each for everyone, but
Well, I don't know. You look at probably Chris Gilliland. He's the
100.
one that has the opportunity to end the day on 8 points with John Henderson, of course, and
100.
those two then will pretty much not have control, but they're some way there, aren't they? They pull 4 points clear of
100.
Lukas Wenig, who will be their nearest rival alongside one of these two.
yeah, one of these two will go into 4th place because they've got a much better leg difference than Sedlak.
83.
And they will be playing each other first game tomorrow, which I always think's a very important sort of transition from the last game of the day to the first game next, and a potential 4-pointer there.
140. Neil, you require 131.
So written Neil Duff off. A big 14.
91. Dan, you require
Pressure's
76.
the 76.
And these are the types of finishers that I will go on and on about, because he's going to get 1 dart at tops. Make or break.
56. Neil, you require
41 to
40.
81. You see more games won and lost in around that kind of number than anything else.
Game shot on the second leg.
That'll make
Neil
Neil
Duff.
feel a whole lot better. A 17 dart hold to level things up.
Just for proof that averages
Third
aren't
leg, it's
everything.
Dan to throw
It's
first.
1-1, nothing to separate them. But look at that.
100.
Steady. The most important thing for Dan Reid right now is not to think and dwell on that missed dart of double tops. Just think to yourself, well, I've had one opportunity.
59.
Next time it comes round, I'll get it. Amazing what you're doing with yourself when you're up there. You're fighting with yourself. You're talking to yourself. You're putting yourself in scenarios.
60.
I always think the best players are people who've just got a total clear mind.
Well, no, you're right. What you say about the game being played between the ears. Once you can play,
42.
it then is. It's a mentality and an approach, and
People say you can't practice for that moment. You won 76 at
100.
1-0 up, and I say, yes, you can. Because the more I checked out in 76 at home doing my drills, when it came to no matter where I was at, I'd feel like I've been here before.
well, you've got to make everything feel as natural as possible and as
100.
normal as possible. So it's literally, you do it automatically. It's not a thought process.
Yeah, you have to learn to love what you hate to do. I was laughing when you said there, we had a little break when you were in Southampton and
140.
telling people I'm going to the gym today because it's back and legs day. You know, in darts, have a day on the doubles. Treat that as your leg day. Don't learn to love what you hate to do. We all want to hit
55.
180s.
Dan, you require 101.
But the more you practice on this type of 101, so he's got 6 darts on 101 here. Practice that.
Yeah, make it automatic.
81.
No panic with Neil Weir back on 245.
100.
Better
Dan, you
from Duff.
require 20.
But right now, it's all about Dan Reid. You don't want to go into double 5, but that's a great marker.
Game
That
shot on the
is a
third
fabulous
leg.
start. Well done, Dan Reid. He needs 2-1s. Going with throw.
Used it well, didn't he?
Yeah, we're not seeing the best of Neil Duff
Fourth
right
leg,
now,
it's
and
Neil to
Dan
throw
Reid has to
first.
jump
Game
all
on.
over that because he can turn a switch at any point. That's why he's the WDF World Champion.
100.
You get the opportunity to put him away. Put him away.
I know it's easier said than done.
38.
That's where the positivity. That's where you have to do that. And there's Neil Duff. Side on view there.
60.
And all you want to do is that exactly the same. Same throw each time. Very upright. There's Dan Reid. Brings that dart all the way back. The angle of the trajectory of that dart just means it's virtually going to be touching the ceiling
101.
before it comes down to the treble 20. Give it that height. I promise you, if you fire a treble 20, unless you're Simon Whitlock, with arms like Popeye,
100.
and don't do it, just give it that chance to have that loop in the air for it to land perfectly like that. And just another one to make me look good.
180.
I'll take £50 off your coaching price now, Dan.
100.
With your opponent on 141, you're just thinking 182 in 6 darts. I would use the bull on last.
100. Neil, you require 141.
Stonking last dart because 82 is a lovely finish for a dart player.
I've
Neil
got so
Duff
many
is
options.
just going
haven't
through
you?
the ringer now, isn't he?
77. Dan, you require 82.
What a dart, Chris.
Can you back it up with the double 8? Yes,
Game
he
shot on
can.
the fourth
A 15
leg.
darter,
Dan
a
Reid.
breaker throw at the perfect time. He has the darts in the 5th to wrap it up, and
Fifth
it's a
leg, it's
big
Dan to
win
throw
when you think
first.
about leg
Game
difference,
on.
Glenn.
Will the real Dan Reid please stand up, because he's been absolutely magnificent the past hour. Could have easily just got down and been
45.
down after playing 3, lost 3, and playing very nicely at times.
Yeah, good example to the rest of the field.
Just shows he's good in the mind, and just reminding people tomorrow that when you play me,
125.
this is what I can do.
60.
Just try to, like a ladder there, just one on top of the other. I'd want him in that position where Neil is right now. Just get above the treble. And that's just typical of Neil's day
60.
there. 3 fantastically thrown darts, and you hear the word 60. Frustrating.
There's nothing worse, especially when you're trailing and you want to just pile in a big one.
100.
God, I love them 3 darts from Dan Reid. He's feeling good. He's showboating, leaving his arm. Full extension of the arm, so the follow-through's done before you then the transition of getting
60.
the next dart out of your hands. He's in a good place right now. Just have a look at his follow-through there. Silky smooth. Finish the throw. and then
Point
get
of
you
the
in a start.
target.
Yeah.
60.
First time I've really seen Dan Reid sat in the box like this, and he might have might be finishing 3rd, 4th place, but I've been very, very impressed with him. Where does
60.
Neil Duff go from here? Because already, Chris, you're thinking Group B, Group C.
Yeah.
He'll need to come out 5 out of 5 tomorrow.
100.
You can't lose it or win it on the opening day of Group A, but you can certainly put yourself in
140. Daniel required
almost
136.
mathematically impossible position. Another one of those will leave double 8.
And you could sense the
96.
disappointment there from him
Neil, you
because he's
required
feeling great.
56.
As simple as that. And for Neil Duff, 2 darts at tops is a must.
36.
Over to you, Dan
Daniel
Reid.
required 40.
End the day on a high. Double 5. And he
Game,
will
shots,
end the day
and the
on a
match.
high, and
Dan
he will
Reid.
sleep a little sweeter this evening before coming back tomorrow to really make a move in Group A. Ended the match there with an average over 90, not for the first time today. 92.04, couple of 180s, 40% on the doubles, and he ends his day right in the mix, winning 2 of his 5 matches after losing his opening 3. Up next, our penultimate match of the session, Lukas Wenig up against Chris Gilliland.
Two more games to bring you today then. Next up, it's Lukas Wenig against Chris Gilliland. The Northern Irishman is very well placed coming into this final round of fixtures, having got the better of Neil Duff quite convincingly last time out with an average in excess of 94. And if people weren't talking about him top in the group at the start of the day, he's played his way into the conversation today, hasn't he? Can he end the day on 8 points? Let's find out with Duzza and Mace.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, every game we seem to say that it's a really big game, but the smiling assassin there is Chris Gilliland, who has a real opportunity here to get onto 8 points in a very tight, tough group. Lukas Wenig, a real top-class player, but showed something to both me and my co-commentator Chris Mason in that previous game when he was leading 1-0. Well, we just both didn't like it. He just started bringing his body and his shoulder into his throw. And it'll be interesting how he bounces back on this one. The bookies make it a big favourite to Lukas Wenig. They can get 6-4 for Chris Gilliland in this game, so all to play for.
Yeah, it was just, there's a bit of negativity and almost a little bit of petulance thrown in. And it was a warning
First leg,
sign.
it's Lukas to throw first.
Something that we've
Game
not
on.
seen from him before. And Gilliland's not the kind of player you want to show any kind of weaknesses to or easily get frustrated, because he's got that style of game where he will frustrate you by just hanging in there.
Yeah, he's demonstrated that, but he's also demonstrated the fact that he's hit 7 maximums today. His scoring, his finishing prowess at times has been good. He's got the all-round game, and if he puts it together, could we be seeing him here Saturday night?
Yeah, I think
140.
although has all the attributes, he also has one that I've been really impressed with so far today. If he's not looked likely he's going to win, he's just sat in there and will grind.
Yeah, if you just grind, win your own legs, and he just seemed to be flying when needed. Seems a long time ago since his last loss.
Looking at his averages today.
57.
Started off with a 4-2 win over Dan Reed, averaged 83, won 180. Then went down in a real tight one to Sedlak, 4-3 with a 90. Then defeated John Henderson with an 84, 3 180s, but an 84 average with 17 darts, missed
Christian
a double.
required 140.
And then last time out, a 4-1 win over Neil Duff with a 94-24 and another couple of 180s.
And he's taken full control of this leg, and this is would be a break. I thought a treble 20 would be nice here.
60.
When Lukas lost 4-3 with an 86-46 in his opening game. Then won 4-2 with a 98.4.
85. Christian require 80.
Then won 4-3 with a 98.69. And then last time out, averaged bizarrely 81.39 from nowhere.
Lukas require 135.
Treble 20.
Was that last game just a blip, Glenn?
70.
We're about
Christian
to find out over the
required
next
40.
10 minutes or so.
I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on here for Chris because I'm just looking at Neil Duff's last average. We were just saying off air that is this the first time ever we've never seen a whole session with an average under 80.
Yeah, we've had another 81s, our lowest average, 81.1.
But then Neil Duff's just had a 77 there, which is our commentator's curse once again.
We literally
97.
were waxing lyrical. Well, I don't think I've ever known a session where we've not had the odd one in the late 70s, and then wallop, in one comes.
140.
Yeah, when I was sent the group on Friday, and I thought this just whets the appetite, and it's tough to pick a winner. The guy in your picture for me was the bet.
Yeah, the value.
Yeah, the value best.
He was too big.
Yeah.
I would have never gave you them odds.
For me, this guy in your picture, Wenig, was a star man alongside Henderson and Duff. But just hasn't proven to me. Dan Reed now is sprinting ahead now after a slow start. And it'd be interesting to see how Sedlak plays because his opening 2 wins were absolutely fantastic, but he's petered out a little bit. It's all to play for,
100.
but already can't wait for tomorrow to start.
Well, this will be our second match on tomorrow morning and will be a big one.
140. Christian required 164.
I think Wenig will have something, because despite the fact how good you are, when you come to the MODUS Super Series, you've got to get used to what the process is all about. It's not easy.
Oh, reputations here count for absolutely nothing.
46.
Then you start working out, do I need an energy bar after game 2? Do I need to go for a walk? Do I need some water? You know, you just find out how to get your best throughout the actual 5 games, so you're not
133. Christian required 180.
We'll have a protein shake and then some chicken and broccoli, probably.
I think Lukas will. I think I've brought me large doner kebab.
78. Lukas should require 40.
Plenty of salad for my diet. But Wenig here at the tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Good leg.
Because we're
Lukas
beginning to
Wenig.
doubt in him there. That's a good leg of darts there from Wenig. And
Especially as it was the break back.
yeah, if he can get himself onto 6 points, it's a
Third
job
leg, it's
well
Lukas to
done.
throw first.
For me,
Game
he's the
on.
kind of guy who'll self-reflect. He'll look at the day and look at the positives and weaknesses, and like most Germans, they'll work it out and come back tomorrow with a strategy to
125.
peak throughout the day. Well, that's the perfect dart for Chris. See if he can prove me right here.
$60.
But he just likes the way, just to see the angle of the darts going in. Whereas that's the perfect dart for Wenig.
48.
Thank you, guys.
Commentator.
It's not easy, this commentator. Is it?
Alive and well.
83.
Everything about Gilliland to me is real positive. It's a beautiful dart there from Wenig. They'll just beginning to work out now. It's a best of 5 game now. It's 1-1. There's nothing to separate them. Now it's about timing. A 140 here from Gilliland. A big setup from Wenig. Wenig knowing his doubles and his setup play good. He might start on the 19s on 2-3-3.
Yeah, could do. Single 19, and 25 leaves 170. 7 19s leave a ton.
63.
Well, he's hit 63, but around about the houses.
His way.
But yeah, I like the idea of having 3 darts at the same target, but with 19s, at least you can have 2 there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, if it's a blocker,
Lukas
you can go for the ball. The 101 leaves the
170.
132, which is another nice finish.
Exactly.
$90.
Left a bogey on the 168. He's going to set it up very nicely, and that makes this 80 very difficult.
136.
So the 80 will have looked very
Lukas should
inviting.
require 80.
Now it's a must hit. He can't deviate. He hasn't. He'll sit on top of that. He doesn't need to move. As you can see, enough of the right-hand side of the double top bed. And he pings it with aplomb, and that will hurt Gilliland for the first time. He was sat nicely on 32. Probably didn't look at them darts going in. He's just waiting for the caller, hopefully to shout 40 or 60.
It was a lovely setup, wasn't it, to pressure the 80, leaving 32.
It just means the group is saturating together
100.
again. There you
What
see
we
the
want.
angle of the dart. Yeah, as a neutral, that's what you want.
$60.
There you see his darts going in that angle, that little understacker.
180.
Bottom of the treble 20 bed is getting pinged a lot by Chris Gilliland.
Oh, it's taken a hammering today, hasn't it? Oh,
100.
Yeah, it's been a quality day. There's that fantastic angle. You would think
90.
with that last dart there, there's no way he can get it in the treble 20, hence the reason he went down to the bullseye. That's more traditional, where you're opening the bed with every dart, so just going above the treble 20.
91. Christian
perfect.
required
Last
131.
max was actually our 32nd of the day. That's right up there.
Yeah, I was here on that session where
55.
Scott Walters went absolutely ballistic. I think he got 18 on his own. What a player he was. And I still think to this day it was his mind when he played Matt Clark on the finals night is what cost him not the darts.
180. Christian requires 76.
How many times have we spoken about this type of finish today? He's going to look at the 16. And how many times have I said one dart to tops?
36.
And if he misses...
Lucas requires 70.
And Lucas hit the 70. He's virtually at the oche already. I think he knows the importance of this 2-darter double 8. That's a bit wild, but I like that. There's the reset. There's the self-motivation. And there's the double 8. Fantastic darts, Lukas Wenig. The 3-1 lead's looking very inviting right now. And all of a sudden, he was beginning to feel the negatives, Chris.
Fisser gets Lucas to throw
that
first.
Type of finish
Game
now.
on.
You can see the winning line.
Yeah, he would have been negative after leg 1. Gilliland won with 16 darts, but since
140.
then, it's been all Wenig. 3 on the spin, a 14-darter, an 18, and a 15.
Here's a scenario for you, which you'll have seen a million times, but
140.
we could have 4 players on 6 points if Lucas wins this game, and then Viteslav Sedlak, if he can beat John Henderson. 4 players on 6 points going into tomorrow.
55.
Oh, will John Henderson layeth the marketh down? If you smell what Duzzer is cooking.
59. $96.
Gilliland with it all to do. 92 behind, minus these. Oh, he'd love another treble 20. And gets it to leave 164. Perfect approach play after dart 1.
140. Christian required 164.
Big ask. That's all that's been missing today. A real showboat finish, isn't it?
124. Lucas requires 70.
Right now, these are the types of finishing that boring Duzzer loves. For the match,
Game,
and a
shots,
2-dart,
and
absolutely quality finish there from Lukas Wenig. We began to be concerned with him after his previous game, and at 1-0 down there, it was just all going a little awry. But Lukas Wenig, 298 averages today, and a 92.66 when he really needed it. The big stat that stands out for me there is 4 from 6 on the checkout. The German will be delighted to finish on 6 points. Puts him right in the mix for tomorrow. For Chris Gilliland, job well done, a 96.70 in that game. And under defeat, 33% on the outer ring there. So another good job for both them players. I think both of them will go back to the players area. Very, very happy. As we move into the final game, it's Sedlak versus Henderson. The final game of the day. Will John Henderson take a big, big lead going into tomorrow?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Viteslav Sedlak and John Henderson round off our first day of Group A action, and in such a tightly compact group, it feels like another game of huge importance. As you can see, when we look at the league table, the Czech has the opportunity to draw himself level on points with Hendo, but the Scot could end the day with a 2-point advantage over the rest of the field if he can claim the win. You feel all players involved will have mixed emotions when they reflect on day one, but which one of these two players will end on a high? Let's find out with Duzza and Mace.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Well, the bookies make John Henderson a big favourite in this game, but we have to say big respect to Viteslav Sedlak. Did know an awful lot about the 32-year-old, but I think today he's done himself a lot of positives, a lot of credit to himself and his country of darts. It's a very cosmopolitan group. But he's up against one of the nicest men in darts, one of the real legends, a World Cup winner, a winner of many, many titles. And he's just talking to himself, singing himself, just to relax him. If John Henderson can finish the day on 8 points, it's job well done.
Well, that Premier League walk-on where
First
he was
leg, it's Vita to throw
one of the
first.
contenders was
Game
just
on.
remarkable, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was saying to Chris before, I said I went to the Premier League last week just to see Dobie, and I teased in my eyes because I've known Chris a long, long time, and the walk-on was sensational.
78.
I never felt cheated about anything regarding the Premier League because I was a very lucky man to win it. But, you know, turning round to winning to a cameraman and
140.
the fact I didn't play Newcastle hurt, you know, obviously being 50 miles from my home. But, you know, I was down to play Michael van Gerwen in Holland as well. So they were the two things.
45.
But would he have won it? Probably not. And the garden room I'm getting would have been a shed, Chris.
86.
A DIY job.
45.
John will want to step. He may see the bullseye come into consideration here. Definitely should do now. And that's what he's thinking. But what he's thinking is, I'm a long way. Yes. So what he's saying to himself there, I don't really need the bullseye.
99.
I'm well ahead.
It would have to be 6 perfect, wouldn't it? 180, 153, the obvious. How often does that happen?
35.
Oh, just going a little bit wrong for Sedlak right now, but he has got a good friend here with him, and I think they should just go and have a bite to eat and think, you know, today wasn't bad, and nothing's frightened me of what happens today.
125.
Come back tomorrow with my head held high and perform to me optimum.
To come here on debut in a completely new environment.
100. John, you require 51.
He will have taken 4 points, I'm sure. Double 9.
Obviously, he was going for the big 11 there, but
Does he go for the 2 split with...
well, he just looked at the 198 there, Chris, so I thought he might have done there when you mentioned that.
43.
Although I suppose you can really have an aggressive go at the 9, which he did there, and ends up on the 8 anyway, so...
96. John, you require 8. Game shot on the first leg. John Henderson.
Sweet as a nut. He looks very, very at ease, very at peace, John Henderson, feeling good about himself. For me,
Second leg, it's John to throw first.
there's only one winner
Game
this
on.
match, just purely because of the behaviours. He looks absolutely in a world of his own right now, John. Feeling very comfortable as he hits 36.
35.
Well, I'm getting really good at this, aren't I?
If you do comms on my game down at
42.
Yeovil for the World Seniors Masters, I want you to... Well, he's not going to hit nothing yet.
Yeah.
He's going to hit 26
I
and
promise you,
45.
when you hit a 180, you'll be thinking, oh, your Glenn never said anything there.
140.
I mean, on a serious note, Damon Hatter said, please, Glenn, will you stop saying I'm going to win?
I know, I've been guilty of that, but I couldn't help it because, you know, a couple of years ago I was watching him on the floor and
100.
it's just irresistible.
Yeah, that's a nice
And
word. I sat with him. I sat with him for
the throw is just dreamy.
the pullback. It's just dreamy. I pretend I'm Damon Hatter when I'm
32.
practicing. I play like Megan Hatter, but that's a different matter. But yeah, it's. I think he's at a real crossroads there in
58.
right now. He's going to go one way or the other, and you know the tools are there now. With, like I said, that's just 50%. I know he works incredibly hard, so that's 70%.
81.
Now sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, and
Yeah, I don't think it's down to practice or commitment, but it might be the wrong type of practice.
well, when you've got Dimitri there. I mean, I know Dimitri won't be there as much now.
140.
I think that's the perfect combination. But I know Dimmy likes to do his own things. Dimmy does drills. Dimmy, he's so regimental.
100. Vito, you require 161.
This will be the biggest finish of the day.
$40. John, you require
So,
113.
To double his lead, and he's not had too much pressure applied on this because Sedlak still wants 121.
53.
Doesn't
Vito,
really
you
tidy
require
up.
121.
Yeah, that's criminal there. You really have to hit the big 20.
43. John, you require 60.
After 18 darts, John, as much as I talked about how good he was looking, is he just taking this game a little bit too easy?
40.
And this will
Vito,
make
you
him
require
think.
78.
Treble 18. And don't miss the 18. Not a guarantee of getting a double now. When you've got to give yourself one dart or a double, just keep it simple.
38. John, you require 20. Game shot on the second
John
leg.
pins
John
it.
Henderson.
And does double the lead. So a consolidation of the break.
Third
with a
leg is
hold.
Vito to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at all 6 players there, Chris, and I think if there's one player who would love to win Group A and have the couple of days off, it is Big John.
76.
You must be really proud, Chris, the way the MODUS Super Series, you've been there since day one.
Yeah, I
100.
commentated on the very first match from a studio at home, and then obviously the evolution to Southampton,
99.
and then this is
So the players were at home in the first one.
yeah. So I don't how that was put together with the technology involved. I was
140.
sent instructions and told what to do, and somehow it worked out. And then when restrictions were lifted enough, we
59.
went to Southampton, and then the evolution has brought us here in a bespoke, purpose-built place for it with some of the best
100.
equipment that money can buy.
1.17 million in prize money this year.
Yeah, amazing, absolutely incredible.
82. John, you
just-
require
It's
161.
just opened the door for so many players at so many different stages of their career.
Yeah, I was fascinated with a couple of your interviews you've done, and players in
93.
in 96th position to 128, not making a real crust in the PDC, and I think there's a missed opportunity there, like a real partnership between
Well,
everybody.
exactly, and we're basically going to do the
57.
groundwork
John,
for the
you require
PDC by bringing these
68.
players through, giving them experience, because it's okay going from,
Game shot on the third
as you well
leg.
know, as he
John
pins a
Henderson.
14, as you know, it's okay going from the floor, and then, maybe a bit of county. That doesn't really happen anymore. I
Fourth
mean,
leg,
I
it's
know
John
it's
to
still
throw
there, but
first.
that doesn't
Game
really
on.
prepare you for Ali Pali or the UK Open.
Yeah. Would Adam Warner, Graham Usher, Robert Owen, would
Yeah.
they have Pro Tour cards?
140. $125.
John Henderson closing in on a 4-0 win. Starts with a 140.
140.
Follows it with a 140.
$60.
Seems like John Henderson is going to finish the day out on top, all on his own.
54.
John's only defeat was a narrow
45.
one to Chris
John, you
Gilliland,
require
4-3.
167. 45.
Making heavy weather of this one, just trying to close it out and get the job done. Not gonna
98.
be any
John, you
pressure on
require
this, so
122.
won't be going 18s because there's no finish for Sedlak. Should go ball.
90.
Perfect. 25 there, of course, would have left him 57.
117. John, you require 32.
To wrap it up, full zip. Move on to 8 points
Game,
plus 9.
shots, and the match.
And that
John
is
Henderson.
exactly what John Henderson does. And just the one defeat for him today. A little bit of a moan up. There was no water there. A little bit dry, John, are we? There you can see it. There's the numbers. 4-0 for John Henderson. An average of 87.13. His best leg in there was a very tidy little 14 darter. Again, the checkout stats, 50% for John Henderson. 4 out of 8. So he ends the day on 8 points and plus 9. 2 points clear of Gilliland and Wenig, with Dan Reid and Sedlak on 4 points. Neil Duff down there on 2. Well, I think Glenn is ready, and he is going to be joined by Abigail.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Mace. Really impressive from Hendo in spells today. His finishing let him down in the middle part of the day, but really, really impressive the way he regrouped from there.
Yeah, sometimes the cream rises to the top, and I think John Henderson is the standout name and the standout player downstairs, and in a tough group, he'd be delighted with the 8 points, but areas of improvement, yes.
Yeah, he knows that, and I remember speaking to him at Q School, and he said he sometimes feels that additional pressure because of who he is, because he's dropped off the tour, and I imagine he probably feels that same pressure when he walks through the doors here, so even more impressive that he's able to put those performances in.
But I'd embrace that. If you've got a reputation, because Lukas Wenig against him, something happened bizarrely against John Henderson, and sometimes the reputation of who you're playing and the realisation that you're 1-0 up against someone you've watched on TV for years. So if I was John, I'd embrace that.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the league table, and I'm sure he can embrace his position at the top of the league standings. Let's go down to the bottom, though. Neil Duff on 2 points. I did speak to him before the action got underway today. He said he had a really difficult journey here, didn't arrive into his hotel until 1:30 this morning. I'm not sure whether that did impact his performance levels, but it seemed to.
Yeah, mentally it will do, even if it hasn't. And when you get off to a slow start, then you might sort of max it. He looked a little bit solemn and quiet downstairs. He's a big character, is Neil, but he's the type of player that can come back. You're not a WDF champion for nothing.
And Dan Reid may be scratching his head slightly because he is on 4 points, still very much in the mix, but he could have ended the day with so much more, couldn't he? Because his performance levels have been really consistent throughout.
Yeah, I really liked him. He's probably the one I knew least obviously with Viteslav as well, and both of them are on 4 points, but I think Sedlak walks away just a little bit like, did he peak too early? Is it getting a bit too much for him? Dan Reid was very impressive.
Yeah, for Sedlak, there's a lot for him to learn, isn't there, about this format, about the relentless nature of it, and I think maybe tomorrow we'll learn even more about his game.
Yeah, it could be a tough day for him tomorrow, but if he has a good guy by his side, Martin, who's been on the balcony today, and he'll be worth his weight in gold, just to say nothing should frighten you tomorrow. You've been there. Maybe look at some of the commentary. You know, his throws up there, it's really, really nice, and I hope he does well.
Yeah, so much of this game is about the mental strength. So we'll be back from 9:30 tomorrow morning for the second day, for moving day in Group A. We look forward to seeing you then.